Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hola, amigos! Brad the Big Noise Evans here. Pat Boyle is dealing with some technical issues. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Unfortunately, get me the noisy one until we figure out what goes through in the machine right now with Pat Boyle and his overall connection. And we got an action-packed program for you tonight on the show. Of course, going to be bringing down all the latest NFL news and notes from training camp. They're coming in hot and heavy. Who is been named the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings? Is it Kyler Murray, the mini Dachshund of Minnesota, or is it J.J. McCarthy? We're going to be breaking down that news, giving all the ins and outs, and will the puzzle pieces really fit together for this franchise this year, coming off the clunker, the stinker, the smelly mess of 2025. On top of that, we're going to be talking, the latest with the LA Dodgers and Tariq Skubal. Another subpar outing for him last night. Is this a harbinger of terrible things to come for the LA Dodgers? Will they continue to let people down? They have lost 7 of the last 9 games. We got to dig in a little bit deeper into that. MLB streaking. We're going to continue our NFC West preview. We're going to be talking Rams. We're going to be talking the downtrodden Arizona Cardinals. We're also going to be talking the San Francisco 49ers, already dealing with a rash of injuries, but they got a breakout sensation in their midst. Will that carry over into the regular season? Pat and I will discuss. We'll also do another edition of NFL Buying or BS. With some of the latest news bites are coming out of NFL training camp. Andrew Destin is going to join us at 8 Eastern, talking all things Seattle Seahawks, the defending champs of the NFL. They got to take a step back, or is going to be more of the same in terms of dominance for Sam Darnold. Jackson Smith and Jigba, though, a little bit of a shakeup in that backfield with Kenneth Walker III now in Kansas City. We'll follow with our 3-point stance on the Seattle Seahawks, and we'll keep you up to date on all the Major League Baseball scores that are out there as well. And of course, Pat Boyle's going to be joining you for the final 2 hours with a smorgasbord of goodness as he is going to be digging in on some more MLB talk, keep you updated on all the latest NFL news and notes that are out there. We've had a couple of doozies that were dropped, in particular with Puka Nacua. Is he a guy that may have to absorb a suspension at some point during the regular season? What about Josh Jacobs? Both of those guys, those are not entirely off the table. So a lot to get into on the program tonight. And of course, too, phone lines wide open. We want to hear from you, the 2.02 average listeners of this fine broadcast. You can text us as well. All you got to do, pick up your device and dial us 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. You can also hit us up on X or the Twitter. You can hit me up at Noisy Huevos. You can hit up my partner at Pat Boyle 44, the show at BetMGM Tonight. Got any pressing fantasy football questions? Hey, man, keeper leagues, may got a deadline coming up. We are here to help. We'll gladly hold your hand and get you across the finish line with all of the decisions that you are facing in fantasy football. So again, wall-to-wall action. That's how we rock. That's how we roll right here on BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. All right, so the hot topic of the day. Let's go to the land of 10,000 lakes, because we do have a quarterback controversy, and I'm really kind of putting that in air quotes. I didn't really think it was going to be much of anything, but it is now completely clear as Kyler Murray, yes, the mini dachshund of Minnesota, is now the starter for KOC, Kevin O'Connell, and this franchise, as he has bested J.J. McCarthy already in camp. We were talking to, Pat and I were about this subject during our prep meeting earlier today. Pat thought, maybe this is a little bit premature. We haven't even seen either one of these quarterbacks take a single snap in the NFL preseason. Did Kevin O'Connell and the front office decide this battle too quickly? That's what we want to hear from you. Again, if you have an opinion on it, 310-840-4910.
Brad, I'm back.
310-840-4910. And Pat is here just in the nick of time as we're talking Minnesota. And I know, my friend, you are the biggest J.J. McCarthy fan, aren't you?
No, I'm not a big J.J. McCarthy fan. I wouldn't say I'm a hater. I just feel like I'm realistic about Kyler Murray. But maybe, I guess, Kyler Murray, heard, might have saw this coming here. This opening segment said, let me zap Pat's computer for a couple of minutes here. And his entire mic and his entire system. I don't know what the hell happened to start the show weird. There. But Brad, a couple of minutes late. Appreciate you holding it down. You laid out the show, so let's just dive right into it here. Yeah, Kyler Murray named the Vikings starting quarterback. I think this is a mistake by the Vikings. Not that it's a mistake that he was ultimately going to be QB1, because I feel like that was inevitable. But I think this is a mistake giving Kyler Murray the starting job before they even play a preseason game. This just goes to show you that when they signed him a couple of months ago, he was quarterback one the day they signed him. There is no competition. Right? Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings dressed it up like that for what? A week and a half? 2 weeks of training camp? I mean, look, I've been following every single day from the Vikings beat of what's been going on, and it's not like J.J. McCarthy has been playing terrible. They've done some drills. They haven't played a preseason game yet. They've taken reps. It's mostly been Kyler Murray taking reps for the first team offense. But it's like, did J.J. McCarthy lose an arm? Like, is he playing with a half of a leg? In training camp? Like, how do you reach this conclusion on August 11th? How do you not even make Kyler Murray compete and show you that he's a professional and show you that he's ready to learn from his mistakes in Arizona, where they literally had to put in his contract a clause of mandatory film study because it's the worst kept secret that a guy loves Call of Duty and he couldn't stop playing it, and it became a distraction. How do the Vikings bring this guy in? No matter what you think about J.J. McCarthy, and they they literally just gift-wrapped him the starting quarterback job before you even play a single preseason game. I think this is a big mistake here by Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings. Now, is it ultimately going to affect how many wins they get? I don't know. How do you quantify Kyler Murray's professionalism? How do you quantify Kyler Murray's leadership? Both of those things were questioned by the Cardinals and for the world to see, and the Vikings bring him in. And again, if this happens in 2 weeks, okay, assuming he plays okay in the preseason games, assuming he's building good rapport with Justin Jefferson and Addison and Hawkinson and everybody else, okay. But I think there's a big bridge that they just leapt over here by giving him this starting job without even earning it, in my opinion. He hasn't earned it. They've just given it to him. And for a guy that's got questionable leadership and professionalism, I think this was the worst thing the Vikings could have done.
All right, here's the argument. I think J.J. McCarthy really sucks. Period, end of story. I mean, we've seen, I know it's been a brief NFL career for him, but outside maybe a couple of quarters against my Chicago Bears of all teams early on in the season last year, he's been rubbish, man. Rubbish! And the numbers really bear that out. He was number 37 last season in adjusted completion percentage, and he was outside the top 30 in other key completion percentage categories. Deep ball completion percentage, red zone completion percentage, under pressure completion percentage, even clean pocket completion percentage. When he had no pressure at all, he could not spin spirals accurately. I don't know, one of the best God-given talents in the National Football League. and a ruined season for Justin Jefferson. Not to mention as well, he had Jordan Addison at his disposal a season ago. Jalen Naylor was still on that squad, and Naylor could be effectively a WR1 this year for the Las Vegas Raiders. TJ Hawkinson he had for a time a season ago. He had all kinds of weapons. He had the genius mind of Kevin O'Connell, and he can do jack nor squat across the board last season. Kyler Murray comes in. Yes, I understand he's not a guy you would pick to reach for an item on that top shelf. He is a diminutive fellow by, all measurements that are out there. But he is a proven quarterback at this level. I know he's taken a step back. I know, as you laid out, there's questions about his work ethic, but he brings a different element than J.J. McCarthy does, and that is his open field abilities. A guy that runs out of the pocket and can throw, with accuracy on the run. McCarthy hasn't really shown that, and McCarthy is mobile. But Murray's got a little bit more sprint speed in the open field by comparison. And I understand you're going to say sample size, Evans. And I get it because Murray only played a handful of games last season, but he was top 5 last year in those games in adjusted completion percentage. And I think he's in a better offensive environment by comparison what he had last season in the desert with the Arizona Cardinals. I think it's a justified move. I think they just want to get this out of the way, not stir the pot, not drum up any unnecessary drama. They're giving the keys to the car to Kyler Murray, and he ain't going to drive it off the cliff, my friend. He's going to have some pretty smooth games. Yes, we'll have some rough outings that are going to be out there. It's an overall rough schedule for everybody in that division, but Murray is the better passer. J.J. McCarthy is going down very quickly on a path like another high pick bust, maybe a modern day Josh Rosen. Yeah, I said it.
Oof. And look, and I'm not going to try to maybe it might sound like I'm defending JJ McCarthy even the slightest bit. Brad, last year on my old show, I said I thought JJ McCarthy wasn't going to be good. I thought it was a mistake by the Vikings to draft him. I thought he was buoyed by Jim Harbaugh and a great Michigan defense and great players around him. So I agree with you. I didn't think he was going to be that good. But okay, the kid has gone through absolute hell. 2 years ago this was. He tore his meniscus in his rookie season, so we didn't even get to see him. So last year was his second year, first year playing, and it was an absolute disaster. Remember week 1 against your Chicago Bears? He looked like he was actually going to shape out to be pretty good, and then he gets hurt in week 2, plays terrible, doesn't show up again till week 9, and he was terrible for a couple of weeks. But let's not forget what happened towards the end of that season. And you want to talk about sample size? I'll give you a small sample size here. How about the fact that the Vikings basically won out the rest of the year with J.J. McCarthy starting 4 of the last 5 games? And in those last 4 games, J.J. McCarthy throws for 700 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He threw for 250 and 2 touchdowns against Dallas. He threw for 3 touchdowns and no picks against the Washington Commanders. And yeah, he wasn't great against the Giants. And he wasn't great in the final game of the season against Green Bay. It was a meaningless game for both teams. But, and again, this is not me saying J.J. McCarthy should be in consideration to be the starting quarterback, that J.J. McCarthy should have been the starting quarterback for the Vikings. I agree. Kyler Murray is a better quarterback than J.J. McCarthy. No matter how bad Kyler Murray was in the beginning of last year, before he got hurt, all the question marks you have about his leadership and whatnot. To me, though, it's just a matter of principle. It's a matter of competition. It's a matter of not enabling Kyler Murray, who it feels like, Brad, would you agree with me? He was enabled for the first 3-4 years of his career by the Arizona Cardinals, and then they literally inserted a clause into his contract that essentially said, hey, you're the quarterback and the leader of this franchise. Stop screwing around playing freaking video games when you should be studying film. So the fact that the Vikings have now a 29-year-old, just turned 29 a couple days ago, Kyler Murray come in here, you would think at the bare minimum, the way you should approach this process with the NFL, where we have I know it goes by fast, but we have so much of a ramp up every day, drills, practices, team practices, individual drills, going over film, getting accustomed to the playbook. It's a new playbook for Kyler Murray. He's never been in Kevin O'Connell's system. He's learning all of that. Don't you think at the bare minimum, you could make him compete and not just tell him, again, We've gotten promotions, you and I. What if our bosses said to us 3 months before we got hired to do this show or any other job in life? What if they told you, hey, I know you know, there's a spot open right now for this show for BetMGM tonight. We're just going to give it to you, man. You know, don't worry about how you do leading up to it and trying out. We're just going to give you the show. We're going to give you this promotion. No, they would want to make you work for it and earn it and compete for it and show that you've got the qualities, you know, to earn this position, to earn this promotion. And the Vikings, they only know Kyler Murray from his time with Arizona. And I don't think there's anybody off the top of my head in the front office that was with Arizona that can speak to Kyler Murray's leadership or know what he's like on a day-to-day basis. I would think they would want Kyler Murray to earn this. This has, maybe J.J. McCarthy is just that bad. And he was that bad. And I admit that 100%. And I'm not saying he should be given a second chance here and that he should be given a true consideration to start over Kyler Murray. But man, at least make Kyler Murray earn it. Make him show you 1 preseason game, 2 preseason games, that he's got a hold of this offense and that he can still... He's still got those first couple of years when he was the Cardinals quarterback inside of him, rather than the guy we've seen over the last 2 years, which has been pretty damn mediocre. I would at least make him earn it. That's the problem I have with this.
Well, I get it, and I think you're entirely correct with the enabling that the Arizona Cardinals did with Kyler Murray in his career. But now that, you know, he's changed locales, maybe he's turned over a new leaf. Maybe he's going to put down the controller, he's really going to focus on football and try to tap into his full potential. I will say this. Look, we're not at Minnesota Vikings training camp. We're not boots on the ground. We don't see all the idiosyncrasies that are going on even behind the scenes and the particular information that's being debated by the coaching staff. But it's pretty clear to me, because it's pretty clear to them from what they've seen in terms of Kyler Murray and his performance on the field, the preparation behind the scenes, his commitment to the game. It's just better than J.J. McCarthy. It's putting him in a position to succeed immediately. And they're going to have to, because, Patty, look at the opening season schedule for Minnesota. They're starting off the season with a bang. Back-to-back divisional games. In week 1, they're at home against Green Bay Packers. Week 2, they're on the road in the Windy City against my Chicago Bears. And then they follow up the next couple of weeks with better matchups, although at New Orleans could be tough in week 4, but you get the Miami Dolphins at home in Minnesota in week 3. So, you know, they have got a minimum split, I think, to open up the first 2 games of the season against those division arch rivals. They, you know, probably could go out and win with, you know, a low-life quarterback, even lower than J.J. McCarthy on the roster against the Miami Dolphins. And in New Orleans, they'll be tested, and then they have the bye week after that. So, I guess the return question I have to you, and this is the ultimate question that I have, is how long is the leash exactly for Kyler Murray? Would you consider it short? Is it medium length? Or is it rather long? Pat, what would you say?
I'd say it's probably pretty long, because it feels like they have no plans of even playing J.J. McCarthy. Like, they still have Carson Wentz, who did an admirable job filling in, backing up, and Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings basically forced him to go out there in that last game that Carson Wentz played last year with a broken, torn shoulder socket. And then they, you know, because they God forbid, they put J.J. McCarthy back on the field a week early, recovering from his injury. And that's how little faith they had in Max Brosmer. So honestly, probably a long leash, because if Kyler Murray stinks and they're 0-5, like, who are they going to? I don't think they're going to J.J. McCarthy. I think they're going to go to Carson Wentz. So I think he's probably got a long leash. Here's the real question. We want to hear from you. 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. Can Kevin O'Connell resurrect Kyler Murray's career? And Brad, I think he can, because I do think pretty highly of Kevin O'Connell. I don't know if I think as highly as a lot of other folks that maybe would put Kevin O'Connell in the top 5 of the NFL head coaches right now, currently active. I don't think I would have him in there. He did a hell of a job with Sam Darnold, but then Sam Darnold went on one step better and won a freaking Super Bowl with the Seahawks with Clint Kubiak. So honestly, who did a better job, Clint Kubiak or Kevin O'Connell? I mean, you tell me. He had better weapons in Minnesota, Sam Darnold did. So I honestly think it's as make or break of a year for Kyler Murray as it is for Kevin O'Connell, in my opinion. So we're saying, can Kevin O'Connell resurrect Kyler Murray's career? I don't know. Can Kyler Murray save Kevin O'Connell's job, because if this is a failure this year, does Kevin O'Connell get fired? Or do they blame Kyler Murray and say, well, it's not KOC's fault. He's the quarterback guru. Let's get him another quarterback and see what he can do with that guy, because it can't be his fault. J.J. McCarthy just stinks. He was unsavable. Oh, Kyler Murray's just a bad leader, and he's not that good. And, we thought it was 2021. Get us another quarterback, because Kevin O'Connell can't be the issue. So I think this is as make or break of a year for Kevin O'Connell as it is Kyler Murray. That's my opinion. Can he resurrect Kyler Murray's career? Of course he can, because we've seen him call a pretty damn good offense in years past, and they did eke their way to how many games did they win last year? 8. They finished 8-9, right?
Yep.
So the fact that they won a bunch of those games at the end of the last season, that is a testament to Kevin O'Connell being a pretty good head coach. But expectations are higher now this year. You're supposed to make the playoffs, and this division is stacked. And our friends at BetMGM have the Vikings as the worst team in the division, and that's how I see it as well. So, what's the excuse if it doesn't work this year? How big of a setback is it if things don't work out with Kyler Murray? But Brad, I know you obviously think that KOC can resurrect Kyler Murray's career.
Yeah, I'm a total believer and a buyer. I think Kyler Murray is going to be a baller and a shot caller at times. I mean, he's going to be somewhat inconsistent. But when you have Justin Jefferson, man, who is easily a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL, the guy that has a sparkly and shiny bling bling, and he wants to maybe add another chain to the neck. He is a guy that can just toss it in his general direction or high point it. He always finds his ass wide open across the middle of the field. Kyler Murray can deliver those passes with more confidence in my mind than J.J. McCarthy. And he got Jordan Addison there, T.J. Hawkinson as well. Aaron Jones, a very good pass-catching running back. I like the weapons of this team, and I like the mind, the offensive genius of KOC. So it's not going to be KOC's fault. It's either going to be the injury imp wreaking havoc and dragging down Kyler Murray, or maybe he just royally sucks as well, but I'm not buying it. I think Kyler Murray will rise the occasion. He is going to turn a tidy profit for you fantasy managers out there, given his QB 19 ADP price tag at the current moment. I think he's going to be a borderline QB1, baby. I might be drunk in 12-team fantasy leagues. That's how high I'm on Kyler Murray in Minnesota. It's madness.
310-840-4910. Do you think Kevin O'Connell can resurrect Kyler Murray's career, and your overall thoughts on the Vikings season in 2026? We've already got a texter texting in a 952 number. They say, because number 9 is just that bad. And that goes back to the argument that we started the show with, Brad, is I thought it was a mistake, the Vikings naming Kyler Murray the starting quarterback already before they even play one preseason game. And the counter would be, maybe J.J. McCarthy is just that bad. But how bad could you really be in just a couple of training camp practices where, and again, I've followed the Vikings beat. I've been following this competition because I was actually looking forward to seeing how it played out, and let alone the decision seemed like it was made up all along. So, again, J.J. McCarthy was bad last year.
Yep.
Quarterbacks can't improve. I mean, you had a quarterback that was basically his career was deemed dead a few years ago in Sam Darnold. And look what happened there. By the way, our producer Brandon Combs letting us know this will be the 4th different week 1 starter in KOC's 4 seasons as head coach. 9th different starter in total. Kirk Cousins in 23, where they won 13 games and then lost to the Giants. 2024, Sam Darnold. Last year, J.J. McCarthy. This year, Kyler Murray. 310-840-4910. We'll take your calls and your texts when we return. We will also get into some baseball, but I want to also take aim at the Vikings front office, because what the hell has been going on the last couple of months is what I want to know. We'll explain when we come back. We'll get your calls and your texts. Do you think Kyler Murray is going to have a big season under the tutelage of Kevin O'Connell? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Just getting rolling here on this Tuesday. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And I will say this off the bat. If I'm wrong here and the Jets stink again and they're going to bottom out, which, by the way, you can make a case that's not the worst thing for the team, given they have 3 first-round picks and would get their quarterback of the future, like you would think so, next year in the 2027 NFL draft. The way it goes wrong is if Aaron Glenn's as bad as he was last year, and Frank Reich, who's calling the offense, who, to be fair, was brutal in his last couple stops as an NFL play caller. Remember what happened in Carolina? Didn't even make it one season in Bryce Young's rookie year. If Aaron Glenn stinks and Frank Reich stinks, that's how this is going to go poorly. My thing with the Jets, though, and I would encourage you to do this, look at the players on their roster. Like, they have a lot of good players. The offensive line is going to be, at worst, above average. Maybe it's just slightly above average, but it's not going to be bad, barring injury. Fashanu, I like it, tackle, and the other Armand Membu might be the best player on offense per reports at training camp. They have 2 solid young bookend tackles, and I like the interior of the line. Garrett Wilson's a stud. Breece Hall's a stud. You know I like the upside of A.D. Mitchell. Omar Cooper in the first round from Indiana catching the football. Mason Taylor, last year's second-round pick at tight end. Kenyon Sadiq, this year's first-round pick at tight end, battling an injury right now. Maybe he doesn't make an impact early in the season, but I think he should make an impact as the season goes along. David Bailey, the second overall pick in the draft, has looked amazing per all the reports at Jets camp. Imagine if he can get after the quarterback, and he has a good year rushing the passer. To go along with Joseph Asai and David Onyemata and the trade for Devondre Sweat, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Nashawn Wright coming over at cornerback. D'Angelo Pons looks like an Aaron Glenn clone potentially, undersized cornerback who wants to get up in your face. They have good players. Like, the Jets are not the Miami Dolphins. And you can make the case that the Dolphins organizationally are on a better arc than the Jets. And that we don't know if Jeff Hafley's good or bad, and maybe you're convinced that Aaron Glenn is bad. But I'll tell you what, the Jets are not like the Dolphins. They are not, talent-wise, one of the worst teams in the league. And if Geno Smith can rediscover some of his Seattle form at quarterback, the Jets could win 8 games this year. They could win 9 games this year. Think about it. If Glenn and Reich are not disasters, this should be a team that come November is still in the playoff mix in the AFC. I am not suggesting that it's going to manifest this year in terms of wins and losses. The Raiders are in a tough spot. The division they play in is ridiculous. Like, it's really, really good. And while there is legitimate cause for excitement with Mendoza, Genti, Bowers, Tyler Linderbaum comes over to play center. We'll see if any of these wide receivers can step up. Malik Benson, like a late round rookie, is getting a lot of hype. There is reason for optimism. It's not going to happen this year in terms of wins and losses. It's just not. Like, they don't have enough talent on the roster. It's going to be all about if Fernando Mendoza, when he gets into the lineup, not if, but when Mendoza plays, if Mendoza shows that he can be hashtag the guy, season's a success. And the other benchmark that I think we can look at for the Raiders in terms of success will be, is this a professional team? In the way they conduct themselves, in the way they handle their business. It's early. It's August 11th. A lot of time for this to go haywire, like it has, unfortunately, because I, as a football fan, and as someone that talks about sports for a living, I want the Raiders to be good. The NFL is more fun when the Raiders are good. Are they going to be professional? Are they going to prevent the drama from happening? Not let things go haywire. Thus far in the process, I think we can all say it, off to a pretty good start under the leadership of Clint Kubiak.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call. You can text. Looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, and apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it. Boost it. BetMGM it. Again, 310-840-4910 is the number to call and the number to text. We'll have Andrew Destin joining us at 8 p.m. Eastern. He covers Seattle sports for the Associated Press for the AP. So we'll ask him all things Seahawks. And we've got a text from Darlene in Pensacola, Florida. Darlene, we appreciate you texting in. Definitely continue to listen to us, but we will ask your question directly to Andrew Destin when he joins us at 8 p.m. Eastern. So that's how much we love you guys as the listeners. You give us good questions, and we've got a guest coming on to talk about a specific team or player, we'll throw your listener question right into that interview. So, Darlene, stay tuned when we talk to Andrew Destin. We will ask him your question that you have on the Seahawks. What that question is, you're going to have to tune in and find out when Andrew Destin joins us. Again, you can also tweet us as well. Brad is at Noisy Huevos. I'm at Pat Boyle 44. Opening segment talking about Kyler Murray being named the starting quarterback already for the Vikings. Is that a mistake, giving him the starting job before they even play a preseason game? I think so. Even though it was probably inevitable that he was going to get the starting job, I think you needed to make him earn it. I think that's a mistake by Kevin O'Connell. And more importantly, do you think KOC can resurrect Kyler Murray's career? Your overall thoughts on the Vikings in 2026. Brad, we've got a tweet coming in from Bob Small. He says, Kyler Murray is just little LaMelo Ball. Flame out. What do you think about that from Bob Small? Those are some big words from Bob Small.
Yeah, it's salty right there. No, look, I think Kyler Murray's a little bit better than that. The proof is going to be in the pudding, bottom line. With the diminutive fellow, I still think he's got plenty of gas up in the tank. He's not ancient by any stretch of the imagination. The downside, I think, for him is obviously just the smallish frame that he has. But I think Kevin O'Connell's going to design a lot of rollout schemes. And as a result, you're going to see a lot of Kyler Murray tossing on the run. And when you have Justin Jefferson, it's Justin Jefferson. His number one last season was, I guess, Trey McBride, the very talented tight end for the Arizona Cardinals. His number one wide receiver, not so much Marvin Harrison, it was more Michael Wilson, but Michael Wilson really thrived more so when Kyler Murray was out of the lineup and with Jacoby Brissett at the controls. But I think you're going to see a reborn Kyler Murray in the land of 10,000 lakes, largely because of Jefferson and also to a certain extent Jordan Addison, who's one of the better outside the numbers field stretchers in the NFL. So give him a second lease on life. Give him another chance. Kyler Murray, I think, is going to outperform your very, very low expectations, and LaMelo Ball probably agree.
Yeah, and look, and that's also a great job by Bob Small, because LaMelo Ball just involved in the blockbuster trade this offseason to Minnesota, not to be the number one, to be the number two alongside Anthony Edwards, but still to elevate the Timberwolves to a legit NBA Finals contender. And Kyler Murray brought to Minnesota to be QB1 to help get this team to the playoffs. So two new stars in Minnesota, and our guy Bob Small tweeting in doesn't think either of them will do particularly well. Really quickly, before we get to some baseball, Brad, one thing I want to mention with the front office for the Minnesota Vikings, because they fired GM Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah on the last day of January. Probably because, from all the reporting we've seen, he is the one that wanted J.J. McCarthy. He's the one that drafted him. And Kevin O'Connell was the one that wanted to continue with Sam Darnold. They let Sam Darnold walk in free agency. We know how that goes. He goes to the Seahawks. They win a Super Bowl. So if the Vikings, them giving Kyler Murray the starting quarterback job here before a preseason game is even played, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. They had zero plans of ever giving J.J. McCarthy a chance to compete to be the quarterback of this team. So why didn't they try to trade him for anything this offseason? Now, you can make the argument, well, who was going to trade for J.J. McCarthy? I don't know, Brad. Like, wouldn't you have at least taken a 6th round, 7th round draft pick in return for J.J. McCarthy, considering you took him almost in the top 10 just 2 years ago? Don't you think somebody would have coughed up a 6th rounder or a 7th rounder if the Vikings openly shopped him? Which, again, it feels like they did, but you have no plans of even playing him, to the point where I'm thinking they might just go to Carson Wentz if Kyler Murray doesn't work out. How do the Vikings not try to trade him at all this offseason? I mean, unless they did.
They probably did shop him, and they probably had a price tag in mind. Maybe they were trying to get a 4th or 5th rounder, and maybe somebody came back and said, at best, we're going to give you a 7th rounder. Maybe nobody even offered a 6th rounder, but it is a QB-needy league. Everybody wants a quarterback, and they always want depth at that position, especially for a young, former, top 10 overall draft pick. Now, I watched a lot of Michigan football when they won the national title under Jim Harbaugh, and I always had questions, always had reservations about J.J. McCarthy because he was handing the ball off a ton to Blake Corum. He was leaning on that spectacular defense, which really, those two, sides of the spectrum, Corum and the defense, and really the trench work overall for Michigan, they're the reasons why Michigan won the national title that season. But I think, it really masked a lot of the inefficiencies, the inadequacies, the weaknesses that J.J. McCarthy possessed. And maybe a lot of people, have seen it now in the NFL. They're like, yeah, Jim Harbaugh, he's a madman. He's a mastermind. He's an utter genius. What he was able to do to, again, mask those issues that J.J. McCarthy had. So I agree. I think they probably dangled him, but maybe at best all they got in return was a potential 7th round. They were just like, you know what, we're going to stand pat. We're going to bring Kyler Murray in here, and we're going to, see how he performs. Maybe we'll unplug him at some point. Maybe we'll give JJ another chance to then raise his trade price this upcoming off season. So there's always a lot of chess pieces moving about behind the scenes, but just trying to read between the lines. I think that's kind of ultimately how it shook out, at least in my dark, demented mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's remember the Vikings, they were operating without a GM this offseason until they named Nolan Teasley, who was the assistant GM with the Seahawks. He was with Seattle for 13 seasons, the GM on June 1. VP of football ops, Rob Brzezinski, was the interim GM for the draft. So did the Vikings not care that much about their draft picks all that much, or did they not care about bringing a new GM in for the draft? That's what I want to know, because why couldn't you make this hire before the draft? What, like, you trusted Rob Brzezinski, and Kevin O'Connell reportedly had input. Brian Flores reportedly had input. So you trusted this guy, Rob Brzezinski, who's been with the franchise for a while, to handle the draft, but not enough to make him the GM. You went out and then you go and bring in another, the assistant GM for Seattle. Like, could you not have brought him in for the draft? First 4 out of their 5 picks were defensive players. So did Brian Flores had a ton of input on the draft? It just feels like there's been a lot of discrepancy, and it feels like there's not been a whole lot of collaboration in this Vikings front office over the last year or so. And it feels like from the moment Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah took J.J. McCarthy, it feels like there was a clear separation between him and Kevin O'Connell. And, I mean, we saw that played out. Kwesi gets fired. Kevin O'Connell stays, basically gets to handpick his quarterback and gives Kyler Murray the job right away. So big year ahead for Minnesota. No matter what ends up happening, the stakes are high. 310-840-4910. All right, really quickly, just because we're going to do Let's Go Streaking in a few moments, I just want to hit on this for 2 minutes here. Last night, late night, as they always are when they play at home on the West Coast, the Dodgers have to rally against the stinking Kansas City Royals, who are 22 games under 500. They were down until Max Muncy cleared the bases with a double. I was watching the game as I was trying to fall asleep in bed. The Royals come back and tie the game with a 2-run homer. The Dodgers have to scrape by the Royals, mostly because they didn't get a good start from Tarek Skubal. Looked human yet again in start number 2 with the Dodgers. Only went 5 innings, allowed 2 earned runs, walked 2, struck out 6, but he's got an ERA over 4 in 2 turns with the Dodgers. Brad, any concern for Tarek Skubal, the reigning 2-time AL Cy Young Award winner? Like, any reason to panic if you're the Dodgers, or is it once again, hey, we're the Dodgers, as long as this guy figures it out by October, that's all that freaking matters?
Yeah, he's got plenty of time to figure out. I mean, he's got the track record of just pure dominance, and a guy that is usually an innings eater, a guy that can give you a solid 7, maybe the occasional 8, or even a complete game and shut opponents down. All that matters for the Dodgers right now. I know it's a dog days of the summer. They're just waiting and biding their time for the postseason, and then they're going to unleash. Now, I will say this: there may be a slight bit of concern about Skubal. And deal with the pressure of LA and delivering on all the hype. But the collective of that Dodgers staff over the last couple of weeks, Pat, they've been terrible. They've been downright repugnant. How bad? Last 2 weeks of Major League Baseball, the LA Dodgers are number 27 in team ERA at 5 flat. They got bigger issues than Tarek Skubal. Shohei's still swinging a pretty good bat, but they're still outside the top 10 in WRC plus over that stretch as well. So, a lot of people are thinking, the Richards got to continue to get richer. The Dodgers has bought themselves another World Series championship, acquiring Skubal, but you still got to win the game between the lines. And maybe my bias is bleeding through, but the best team right now in the National League, at least the last couple of weeks, has been my Chicago Cubs.
Not the Brewers? Not the team with the best record in all of baseball? Not the Brew Crew? Not Pat Murphy and the Brew Boys?
I'm talking the last 2 weeks, not over the entire season. I would give it to the Brew Crew over the entire season, but the hottest team, you could even argue since the All-Star break, across the board in terms of production, my opinion, the Cubs.
Okay. All right. Well, they're going to get their chance to prove it in a couple of weeks. They'll play the Brewers 7 times in the span of 10 days, and that's going to decide that NL Central. 310-840-4910. We'll get to your calls and your texts when we return. Also, we are going to go streaking. The boys went 4 for 4 last night.
Yeah, baby.
And nobody mentioned it in our group chat. Some friends you guys are. We'll go streaking when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Is Dallas going to be able to give George Pickens this huge extension that he will? Because again, if we're going to play this out and things are going to go great for George Pickens, he's going to be amazing this year. Can they even pay him? So you already have CeeDee Lamb saying it out loud. You need to pay this guy. To this point in the and this I think surprises people. It surprises me. It should surprise you if you're paying attention. The fact that George Pickens has not made any waves yet, I think, is one of the upsets of this century. Like, that would have been a massive underdog if BetMGM were to set that in a market, right? Will George Pickens publicly complain and be angry about the fact that he's playing this year under a 1-year deal, right? Under the franchise, even if he's making a ton of money. He wants a long-term deal. We would all want the long-term deal if we were George Pickens. We can understand where he's coming from. And this was a guy that, despite his unbelievable talent and raw ability, the Pittsburgh Steelers said, you know what? We can't deal with this anymore. We'll take a 3rd-round pick. You take him off our hands. A powder keg, potentially. I'm being serious. And I love the Cowboys heading into this year. Would anyone really be shocked if this turned into an issue? Either today or by October, by Halloween, trade deadline. I'm not insinuating the Cowboys will trade him. Just that, as the season goes along, if Pickens is playing great, you don't think there might be some acrimony here? Especially as he watches other players get, whether it's deserved or not, and it is, in the case of Quinnen Williams. Williams deserves that money. He's been great. Dallas made the investment in him. Good piece of business by Dallas and a good piece of business by the Jets in that trade. He deserves the money. Think George Pickens cares? Here's a better question. Would you care if it were you? Miami's upside is not to win the Eastern Conference. They don't have enough to do that. Now, they can be a playoff team. They could win a series. That maybe they could even get to the Eastern Conference final. Like, they're not beating the Sixers. They're not beating the Knicks. I wouldn't take them to beat the Pacers with a healthy Tyrese Halliburton. I think I would take the Celtics over them in a playoff series. So, yeah, like Miami, if you're a Heat fan, you should be excited. You have Giannis. Giannis is still awesome. He's still one of the best players in the league. But basketball's a team sport. The Knicks just proved that. And I don't think Miami has the horses to potentially win a championship this season or really even come close.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available with our friends at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All righty, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern, and fresh off of a nice 4 for 4 last night. Woo! Let's see if we can run it back, baby. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! That's right, baby. We go around the crew. Everybody picks a batter they think will correctly get a hit last night. Josh Bell, thank you very much. Brad, you had Junior Caminero. He delivered. Combs had Chandler Simpson. He delivered. And Monty had Tyler Soderstrom, and he delivered a perfect 4 for 4. We cashed last night. That was plus 251 odds if you took all 4 of those guys to get a knock. Let's run it back tonight, shall we? I'll kick us off here. I'm going to St. Louis. I'm going to the Phillies and the Cardinals game. Give me the great Schwarbino. Give me Kyle Schwarber. 95 degrees, hot and steamy tonight in the city of the Arches. And I'm going with Kyle Schwarber. Andre Palante on the mound for St. Louis. He's got a whip of 1.22 on the season, giving up just about a hit per inning. Schwarber lifetime against him, 4 for 9 with a bomb. And Schwarbino against the righty, we know that's always a very good matchup for him, despite what the numbers tell you this year, which he's actually hitting better, much better against lefties this year, believe it or not. But I'm going to go ahead and believe the career stats here, and that is Kyle Schwarber against a righty is going to be a pretty favorable advantage. Hitting in the leadoff spot, hopefully gets at least 5 ABs. Give me Schwarber to push my streak to 2 in a row. Brad, you're the longest active streaker on the crew here. You're going for 5. 5 in a row tonight. Who's it going to be?
Oh, crank the Rice, baby. Give me your boy, Ben Rice, the New York Yankees, taking on the Seattle Mariners. And Brian, woo! who is really struggling on the road this season. Brian Wu, a 5.71 ERA away from the Starbucks City. He's got a 4.70 ERA in his last 4 turns of the rotation. Rice is 1 for 3 against Brian Wu in his career. Excellent as well against his pitch mix overall. And on top of that, Rice, a 948 OPS against right-handed pitchers. I know he's only batted a $130 in his last 15 days, but I think Ben Rice gets a knock, baby, and your boy's going streaking a numero 5.
That's right. I love it. I love it. He's going with, if it's not for Yordan Alvarez, probably the AL MVP, but nonetheless, a phenomenal season for Benny Rice. Rice, baby. All right, let's go to producer Brandon Combs. Cash for Chandler Simpson last night, looking to make it a streak of 2. Combs, who you going with?
I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to go with Mr. Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani in his career batting .360 lifetime against the Kansas City Royals, .333 lifetime against Michael Wacha. And also, there's this website I don't know if anybody's ever heard of. It's called batters-box.com. The goatee to my left, he runs it. He's also got a really good rating for Shohei Ohtani tonight. So, yeah, I like Shohei Ohtani.
That's right.
Elite.
That's right, Meat. And that is our guy, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty. Monty, who you rocking with, brother?
Give me Brad's guy from last night, Junior Caminero, back in Sacktown. Highest rated hitter on my board tonight is Mr. Caminero with an elite matchup against Mason Barnett. Barnett getting smacked around by righties this year. 50% hard contact rate, 14% barrel rate, ISO over 200. Nearly 50 games with an elite rating for Caminero. He's getting a hit 75% of the time, so I love that trend. And then pitch mix wise, Barnett is throwing his four-seam fastball 46% of the time to right-handed hitters. Caminero's destroying four-seam fastballs against righties this year. 362 batting average, OPS over 1100, 70% hard contact rate against fastballs from righties. So I think he's definitely going to get it done in that environment.
You're talking dirty to me, Monty. You are talking dirty, baby. All right, so it was plus 251 odds last night if you thought all 4 guys got a hit, and they did. Tonight, Brad, Schwarber, Ben Rice, Shohei Ohtani, Junior Caminero. What are the odds if all 4 of our guys get a hit again?
You're looking at a cool plus 298. And as always, fade or follow, that is up to you.
This is Westwood One Sports.
You know, I thought the Phillies, and the more and more I think about it, I have problems with that. You want to know why I have problems with that, Nick? They can't hit. I don't trust their lineup. And they don't hit Dodger pitching. The team that I'm actually circling, Atlanta.
Okay.
And Milwaukee would be the team. Milwaukee's the team to profile. The odds would say they're the team with Mizorowski. I think as far as like beating the Dodgers, we've seen the Braves do it. I know 2021 is a long, long time ago. They accomplished the goal and they hit velocity. That to me is kind of the pathway the more and more I think about it, where it's like, hey, you're going to have to be able to score runs against the Dodgers. I don't trust Philly to do it. I know Milwaukee's in the neck. They put the ball in play. Too much PTSD from last year. Maybe it's the Braves as the team that's going to knock off LA. And here's my take on the Dodgers, too. If they're going to get knocked off, it will be in the National League. Because if they find their way to a World Series and they could sniff it, they could taste it, they're 4 wins away from a three-peat, they are not going to be denied. If you're going to get them, you're going to get them early, period.
if Embiid and LeBron, if they're healthy come playoff time, the Sixers are a big problem. And a potential big problem for my Knicks. Because the upside of that team is to win a championship in year one. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm not going to pick them or bet them to win the championship. But I think you're nuts if you don't think that's in the range of outcomes. And I guarantee, The Rock guarantees that you are going to hear and you are going to read and you are going to see a lot of people say, well, they can't win in year one. Look what happened in Miami year one. Made the finals and got blistered by the Mavericks in the finals. It's going to take time for all of it to come together. And next year, maybe, the Sixers can win a championship. To which I say, poppycock. They can win it this year. Now, you need Embiid to be healthy and you need LeBron to be healthy. It's not impossible that happens, even if it's unlikely. And if that happens, they can win the championship.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Tuesday night extravaganza kicks off right now. And don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour debating whether or not it was a mistake by the Vikings to give Kyler Murray the starting quarterback job this early, before they even play a preseason game. I feel like this is the same kind of enabling that the Arizona Cardinals did for the first few years of Kyler Murray's career, but maybe it's just semantics because in the end, it felt inevitable that he was going to be the starting quarterback. I just thought it was shocking that he has already been named QB1. What does this do for J.J. McCarthy's future in the NFL? And more importantly, we want to hear from you. Do you think Kevin O'Connell can resurrect Kyler Murray's career? What kind of 2026 do you expect from Kyler Murray and the Minnesota Vikings? 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Quick programming note, in 1 hour from now, we're going to talk to Andrew Destin, talk all things Seattle Seahawks. He covers Seattle sports for the Associated Press, so very excited for that. And we've already got one listener question that we're going to ask Andrew. Came from Darlene in Pensacola, Florida. If you want to ask any Seahawks questions, text him in, 310-840-4910. We got a busy night in baseball just getting going. We did Let's Go Streaking last segment. But Brad, we are getting closer and closer to week 1. We've got preseason football in 48 hours from now. Last year, this was the best division in all of football. 3 teams made the playoffs in the NFC West. It was the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks who won the division with a 14-3 record. It was the LA Rams at 12-5, and it was the San Francisco 49ers at 12-5 as well. All three of those teams ended up making the divisional round, and we know that the NFC Championship game was the Seahawks versus the Rams. So as we deep dive into the NFC West here, we start with the LA Rams. And Brad, if you have a different question than me, by all means, I'd love to hear it. But I think just like we did our format yesterday, the biggest question for each team, the biggest question facing the LA Rams, in my opinion, other than a Stafford season-ending injury, what could ruin this Rams season? Do you agree? And if so, what do you think could end up ruining this Rams season outside of the obvious?
Well, it's actually tied to the news today that we got from Adam Schefter of ESPN that Puka Nacua could be subject to a suspension at some point this season. We don't know when that shoe could. It's not a foregone conclusion, but could drop. And, is it going to drop toward the middle portion of the season? Would it be early in the season? Could be late in the season where maybe they're in a pivotal matchup that could decide whether or not they're going to have home field advantage in their playoff positioning overall. I mean, it's anyone's best guess right now if he, suffers a suspension at all this year. So I think that's the major question, because you look at this roster right now, Pat, they don't have any damn weaknesses. I have said this until I'm blue in the face since going back this past spring that I felt the LA Rams were indeed the team to beat for the Super Bowl title this year. You know that. We've said it repeatedly. I'm sticking to my guns. I'm not budging an inch off of it in that belief. And it sounds like Aaron Donald's going to be back imminently. We could get news dropping at some point later this week, whether he is in or out for this upcoming season. But yeah, Matthew Stafford, I know he's long in the tooth, but still playing at an elite level right now. Puka Nacua, when he is on the field, is arguably the best wide receiver in the game. He's right there with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb and JSN as well in that conversation. Love the ground attack. Love Devontae Adams, one of the best red zone receivers still in the game today. They're going to feature a lot of 2 tight end sets, occasionally even 13 personnel could be in the mix for Sean McVay, who I think is the best overall offensive coach in the game. And 2, this defense, even without Aaron Donald, is arguably the best in the entirety of the National Football League. So you put all together, it's really Puka Nacua. Just whether or not he is going to have to sit on the sidelines for X amount of games and when that penalty could come down, if at all. That, to me, is the biggest question for the LA Rams. Other than that, if they all stay healthy, upright, this team may not lose a single game.
Yeah, well, I know you've talked about the possibility of them going undefeated this year, and that is an actual possibility. Yeah, you mentioned Puka Nacua left the joint practice with the Dallas Cowboys today because of an undisclosed injury. I'm pretty sure. I've been checking some Rams beat reporters. Up until this very moment, we have not gotten any additional information on what that injury was. Other than that, Matthew Stafford, I believe McVay I forget if it was McVay that commented on or Stafford, but one of them said they didn't think it was, quote, anything too major, end quote. However, earlier today, as you alluded to, Adam Schefter reporting that there could be in-season discipline, a.k.a. a suspension for Puka Nacua. Not only Puka Nacua, but Josh Jacobs on a side note here, but Puka Nacua after the allegations levied against him that he assaulted a woman, that he bit a woman in a bar.
Yes.
Yeah. And there were some photos over the weekend, by the way, of alleged photos of that woman with some teeth marks. And wow, that's all I'll say. Did not look, again, not going to say whether or not that photo was true. You never freaking know in today's world, Brad. But I mean, even if the photo is true, that obviously doesn't mean that Puka Nacua is guilty of what he is being alleged against. But geez, dude, I mean, that looked like Dracula got into that girl's skin. That was a gruesome photo. Either way. So right away, you want to try to connect the dots here. There's that reporting from Adam Schefter. Then Puka Nacua exits training camp practice, joint practice with an undisclosed injury. And yeah, a lot of people obviously were already trying to run sprint fast, head first into some conclusions there. But yeah, I think other than the Stafford season-ending injury, if Puka Nacua gets suspended for, I don't know, how many games are we looking at here? Several games? Probably the Rams are still probably good enough, even if Puka Nacua gets, let's say, 4-game suspension, 6-game suspension. Even if he gets suspended for 8 games, got to imagine the Rams are probably still good enough to make the postseason. That being said, this is the best division in football, and I think it will be the best division in football again, because I think the Seahawks are being slept on. I think the 49ers are good enough if they can avoid the eternal injury problems, looking at that electric substation. So it could be the other big thing that could ruin this Rams season. Because like you said, you picked them to win the Super Bowl before they got the Myles Garrett trade done, before we feel like the inevitable is happening with Aaron Donald coming back. So it's going to take something major. Knock on wood, you never want to see an injury to anybody's quarterback, especially Matthew Stafford, as much as the Rams are already becoming the evil empire of this 2026 NFL season. So we move on here. Fantasy feels, Brad, with the LA Rams. Who are you feeling on this Rams offense?
Yeah, let's start the running backs. A lot of people are kind of torn on whether they should be targeting Kyren Williams or Blake Corum in this offense. Well, here's good news, folks. You can get both and handcuff them together, because you look at the disparity in average draft position. It's about 60 picks right now. Kyren Williams typically going about the round 3 to round 4 turn. Blake Corum around pick number 100 overall. I know Blake Corum's got a lot of buzz. And a guy that is probably going to get around 30 to 35% of the opportunity share is my best guess. But you look at Corum, a guy that really didn't make a whole lot of noise last season when he got opportunities, terribly inefficient. He was number 50 on one league's worst among qualifying running backs in yards after contact per attempt, only at a 16.4% missed tackle rate. That's craptastic. You look at Kyren Williams, a much better yak per attempt, much better missed tackle rate. And Kyren Williams, too, is going to dominate the red zone work. He's very efficient inside the 20. He's got a bloodhound nose for the chalk and that goal line. Better receiver out of the backfield as well. He's a damn good running back. And I feel a lot of fantasy managers are just kind of letting him slip in drafts. And I think that's a major mistake in this offense. Maybe the healthiest and most envious position for any running back to be in, with a top 10, maybe top 5 offensive line, and Stafford and light boxes he's got to face. Kyren Williams is going to score at least 10 to 12 touchdowns this year, even if Blake Corum gets 40% of the opportunity share. So the running backs, to me, are the biggest story from a fantasy perspective for this franchise. That's why I got all the feels.
And I don't blame you. That is a hell of a running back room. I'm feeling Devontae Adams, because not only because of the uncertainty around Puka Nacua, but just because Devontae Adams, he's just like Matthew Stafford. He's aging like a fine wine, 33 years old, and last season, only 789 receiving yards, but 14 touchdowns. There was arguably no bigger and better red zone threat than Devontae Adams last season for the Rams. And with all the weapons you got, and that was, by the way, he missed 3 games. Devontae Adams could have had 16, 17 touchdowns, and he only scored 1 touchdown, or he didn't score a touchdown over the final 5 weeks of the regular season, which those final 3 he missed with an injury. But all those weapons you got to worry about. Puka Nacua, the multitude of tight ends that they could roll out on any package. Kyren Williams, Blake Corum. Here's Devontae Adams. Just line them up, goal line fade. Who runs it better? Who throws it better than Matthew Stafford right now? Nobody. And with Devontae Adams' size and his Hall of Fame one-on-one catchability, the ability to just rise up and win those contested battles, he is going to be a big player in fantasy football this year. And so if I had to pick anybody from this Rams offense, Puka Nacua would be the obvious one. But there's a lot of downside, if you ask me. The ceiling is obviously as high as any other fantasy football, any other option you could pick in the first round. But that floor seems like it's dropping a little bit here with the possibility of a suspension now up in the air. All right. Favorite team-related play for the LA Rams in 2026, Brad? That would be what?
At our friends at BetMGM, it's Devontae Adams just piggybacking on what you just said. Over 9.5 touchdowns, and it's even money, plus 100 right now at the Lions Roar. And I like Devontae Adams quite a bit for all the reasons that you mentioned. Again, the 14 TDs he had last season, he was number 2 despite the couple of games missed. In total red zone targets with 32, he had a 110.7 passer rating when targeted, which was number 18 best among WRs in the NFL last year. The guy is just one of the best of our generation, and cross the chalk, toe tapping, and splashing six. He's going to do it at least 10 times this year. Even if he plays maybe 14 games, he's going to score 10 touchdowns. So give me the over. Devontae Adams, 9.5 TDs at plus 100.
Yeah, and I'm going to go off of what you said just a couple of moments ago with the Rams running back room. I like Kyron Williams over 950.5 rushing yards. Our friends at BetMGM have that at essentially even money. Hopefully it's easy money. At even money, minus 110 odds here. Again, I think we were talking about it in the break. I agree. I feel like, just like you, Brad, that the Blake Corum, creeping into nearly a 50-50 split with Kyron Williams is completely blown out of proportion. Last year, Kyron Williams had 259 carries. Blake Corum ended up getting 145. Okay, that's a decent number, but that's still nowhere near the amount of touches Kyron Williams is getting, especially in the red zone. And so Kyron Williams, the past 3 years, over 1,250 rushing yards, nearly 1,300 rushing yards. 2023, when he only played 12 games, 1,150 rushing yards. This is way too low. Barring an injury, which you've got to put that on every single player in the NFL, especially you're talking about season-long props. Barring an injury, I mean, if you can tell me Kyron Williams plays 14 games, he's going over 950.5 rushing yards. I mean, he's done it 3 years. He's blown past it 3 years in a row. Like I said, including in 2023, missed 5 games. He still is 200 yards over this number. So Kyron Williams over 950.5 rushing yards. My favorite season-long play for the LA Rams. And then finally, this is just semantics, Brad. Are they a playoff team? Yes is minus 500. No is plus 375. You're picking them to win the Super Bowl, so I already know where your opinion lies there.
All the sledgehammers. I'm not going to call for it because it's too much of a layup at minus 500. But yeah, look, I think it's entirely realistic that they could win every single damn game this season. And I also wagered on them at our friends at BetMGM about a month and a half ago. Oh, there it is. I didn't even call for it. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy got to have all the sledgehammers. Yeah, look, I'm never going to say no to Peter Gabriel. He's a living legend. So is a damn good album from the mid-1980s. But I will also say this, Pat, you can go to BetMGM, and I did make this wager about 2 months ago. For the Rams, when I grabbed it to have the most wins of any team in the National Football League this season, it was plus 850. It's down to 6-1. I still think that's a terrific value. The Rams are just a team to beat, folks. A lot of bleep can happen. But, provided the key pieces stay upright this year, hardly anybody's going to get him any kind of competition. So, yeah, minus 500 for the playoffs, foregone conclusion.
Okay, on to the Arizona Cardinals here, Brad. And, again, I think the biggest question for this team, for me, especially after that Hall of Fame game, when do we see Carson back? Because he looked pretty damn good in that Hall of Fame game. Right away from the first drive, commanding the line of scrimmage, spinning it to everybody on the field. Carson Beck ends up going 15 for 19 for 188 yards and a touchdown. And I get it. It was against the Panthers backups and what, yada, yada, yada. Who cares? He looked good. He looked freaking good, man. And again, he's not throwing the ball to the Cardinals' top targets either, but, really good chemistry. That 60-yard bomb to Jalen Brooks was a phenomenal pass. That was a beauty. Mm-hmm. And then just hooking up with a bunch of the other receivers that are vying to make the team for the Cardinals. Carson Beck looked good. So I don't know about you, Brad, but I think it's got to be only a matter of time now this 2026 season with how bad you, me, and everybody else thinks the Cardinals are going to be. You drafted them in the 3rd round. If you're going to possibly be picking in the top 5 again next year and looking at another quarterback, You got to get Carson Beck in there at some point. My question is, when do we see him?
Yeah, I mean, it should be sooner rather than later. Mike Clay at ESPN. This is real, folks, because I'm just not looking at this data, and it's rather unbelievable. Clay gives Arizona only a 24% or greater win probability in one game through the first 11 weeks. One game in their first 11, and that coming in week 4 against your beloved New York Giants on the road, and they're going to lose that game too. So there's entirely a realistic chance this team could be 0-11 heading in week 12 against who? The Washington Commanders. Now, Clay gives a 42% win probability in that one, being played down there in the Sonoran. I think they pull the plug on Brissett in week 12. That would make sense. They're in full evaluation, really going to be in full evaluation by like week 6, week 7. But I think in that instance, they will insert Carson Beck in the lineup and say, hey, kid, let's see what you got. But yeah, man, highly impressive in that Hall of Fame game against a bunch of second and third stringers that want to be on NFL roster soon. But we'll see if that progresses and that continues to impress over the rest of the preseason. But mark me down again, week 12, Carson Beck time at home against the Commanders.
Doesn't that almost feel like it's a little bit too late? I feel like we got to see like half a season of Carson Beck. I mean, again, if they're as bad as we think they're going to be, why wouldn't they draft another quarterback next year? You think like they're going to commit to Carson Beck being their quarterback of the future? Like they drafted him in the 3rd round, but the first pick of the 3rd round. So they're going to give him only 5 games to show what he's got? That feels a little...
Okay, so when are they going to insert him then? Are you going to put him in the starting lineup on the road? Are you going to do that, let's see, week 6 against the LA Rams? No, that's not setting them up for success. Hell, week 7 at home here against the Denver Broncos that have arguably the best defense in the AFC. Week 8 at Dallas, maybe. Week 9 at Seattle? No. Week 10 at home against the Rams? No. Week 11 at Kansas City? No. Again, you want a layup. You want to actually win a football game, it's going to be week 12 against Washington. Mark my words.
How about week 5 against the Lions? How crazy is that?
Oh, then you're really throwing the towel early. I think that's too early.
What if they're 0-4? What if they're 0-4 and they get beat by
they will
14 against the Chargers? The Seahawks beat their brains in. They lose by double digits to the Niners, and then the Giants beat them by a touchdown. You sticking with Jacoby Brissett still? You going to Gardner Minshew, or are you going to say, let's go to Carson Beck right now? What do we got to lose?
Look, you got a great argument. I'm not running the franchise. If I was running the franchise, I'd say the hell with it. Yes, let's get him in the lineup. Let's see what he's got the rest of this season. We're sensible people. We're not NFL decision makers. Nobody's going to listen to us. No way they're going to throw in the towel that early. There's going to be some jackass in that front office that's going to think, oh, yeah, we got a shot still to make the playoffs.
I don't even know if it's about making the playoffs. I think it's the exact opposite. I think it's realizing that if they're 0-4 and they look like as bad as, again, you, me, and everybody thinks the Cardinals are going to be, they've got they got the worst odds, right? They've got the lowest odds to win the Super Bowl this year. They are projected to be the worst team in football. And they're staring down 0-4 and a potential 2 or 3 win season and picking in the top 5, if not the number 1 pick. Don't you got to see what Carson Beck has before you spend a 1st overall, 2nd overall, 3rd overall draft pick on a quarterback next year? Don't you at least owe that to him? Don't you at least owe that to Mike LaFleur to see what he can get out of this kid? I think it has nothing to do with the wins. And look, if you're looking for a soft spot in the schedule, you're the Cardinals. So honestly, every game there is no soft spots because you're the soft spot. So sooner or later, you're going to throw him in there, and he's going to be competing against the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers for the next 10 years if he is the guy. Like, you throw him in there against the Broncos week 7 if you think week 5 against the Lions is too early. Throw him in there week 8 on the road against the Cowboys. Yeah, it might be noisy, but the Cowboys defense isn't that great, and at least you get climate-controlled environment where, the Cardinals, they play in a dome. It's a similar environment. I just think the longer you wait, the more of a waste this draft pick is becoming when you're going to just end up taking another quarterback next year. Let the kid go out there and, I don't know, maybe he surprises you, and then you have your franchise quarterback, and then you can actually take somebody on that freaking defense that is so god-awful with one of the top picks next year. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, and those are entirely fair and warranted thoughts. Again, we are sensible, creative human beings. I don't have any faith in NFL front offices following a similar line, especially not the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah. All right. So really quickly, fantasy feels here, Brad. Who you feeling? There's nobody to really feel in that defense, but on the offense for the Cardinals, we know how dangerous some of these weapons are. Who do you got the feels for?
It's got to be Jeremiah Love. A lot of people are just trashing this kid, and I don't really understand why. He's already slipping in like round 4 in some of these 12-team early drafts, and it's downright redonkulous. He's a do-it-all back. Look, I know Tyler Algier is there, and Tyler Algier is a very good red zone threat, but how many times realistically is this Arizona Cardinals got to live in the red zone? It's not going to happen all that often. They're going to be down 21-0 every single game this season, and that means Jeremiah Love is going to see a lot of action out of the backfield as a pass catcher. Again, a minimum 55 grabs he's going to accumulate. I think he's going to be good for around 1,400 combined yards, maybe shy of 1,000 rushing, but he could make up for it around 650, 700 receiving yards, maybe get you like 6-7 touchdowns. Jeremiah Love, if you're in a points per reception league, will turn a tidy profit this year. Don't doubt him.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to go with the guy that I think is the best tight end. I think everybody thinks is the best tight end in football now, and that's Trey McBride. And I don't care how bad they are. They were bad last year, and Jacoby Brissett was playing quarterback, and Trey McBride, team's game plan for him. He gets open. He makes you pay. He scores touchdowns. He is consistent. He racks up nearly 80 to 100 yards every single game. I got the feels for Trey McBride. I don't care how bad the Cardinals are or who's playing quarterback. That guy is just a freaking beast. Brad, your favorite play for the Arizona Cardinals, whether team or player for the 2026 season, what would that be?
I can't just stop or quit him. Marvin Harrison Jr., give me the over 825.5 receiving yards. Got off to a sloppy start this training camp. A lot of people discuss with the number of drops that he had early on, but he's made some spectacular catches as well. Nice little chemistry he's built with Jacoby Brissett. I think that will transfer to Carson Beck when they eventually make the switcheroo. Guy's ultra talented, hasn't really delivered. I know some of the advanced analytics are unsightly, but he was still top 30 in total yak last year. All I need is 826 to cash. And they're playing from behind early and often. Yeah, I'm in. Marvin Harrison over 825.5 receiving yards at -110.
My favorite season-long play for the Cardinals is actually their under. And I know it's 3.5. I know it is minuscule. I mean, it's one of the lowest totals you will ever find in the NFL. I don't care. I'm taking the under. It's plus money. I think they're going to be horrible. I think they're either going to go 2-15 or 3-14. The division is the best in football. Brad, we scoped out their schedule here. There are not a lot of winnable games here on this schedule, my man. Honestly, the most winnable games are in the final couple weeks of the season. Jets, Saints, Raiders, weeks 15, 16, and 17. And by week 17, I think it better be Fernando Mendoza under center for the Raiders. They're going to be underdogs in that one. Honestly, I think the Jets will be improved. You said you wouldn't be surprised if the Rams, and you could see a world where the Rams go undefeated. I could see a world where the Cardinals go defeated and they go 0-17 this season. I think it's on the table. Yeah. I think this is going, and I feel, and look, and the offense is good. The offense can be good. And if Carson Beck actually ends up taking over in week 7 or week 8, and he's got a couple of weeks to progress, maybe they do steal like 2 or 3 wins. Maybe they find a way to get to 4 wins. Maybe they prove me wrong. But I think with how bad this defense is, the lack of moves they made in the offseason for the defense, I think this could be one of the worst football teams in the last decade. 310-840-4910. We got to grab a break, but we'll finish off the NFC West when we return with the San Francisco 49ers. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And I will say this off the bat. If I'm wrong here and the Jets stink again and they're going to bottom out, which, by the way, you can make a case that's not the worst thing for the team, given they have 3 first-round picks and would get their quarterback of the future, like you would think so, next year in the 2027 NFL draft. The way it goes wrong is if Aaron Glenn's as bad as he was last year, and Frank Reich, who's calling the offense, who, to be fair, was brutal in his last couple stops as an NFL play caller. Remember what happened in Carolina? Didn't even make it one season in Bryce Young's rookie year. If Aaron Glenn stinks and Frank Reich stinks, that's how this is going to go poorly. My thing with the Jets, though, and I would encourage you to do this, look at the players on their roster. Like, they have a lot of good players. The offensive line is going to be, at worst, above average. Maybe it's just slightly above average, but it's not going to be bad, barring injury. Fashanu, I like at tackle, and the other Armand Membu might be the best player on offense per reports at training camp. They have two solid young bookend tackles, and I like the interior of the line. Garrett Wilson's a stud. Breece Hall's a stud. You know I like the upside of A.D. Mitchell. Omar Cooper in the first round from Indiana catching the football. Mason Taylor, last year's second-round pick at tight end. Kenyon Sadiq, this year's first-round pick at tight end, battling an injury right now. Maybe he doesn't make an impact early in the season, but I think he should make an impact as the season goes along. David Bailey, the second overall pick in the draft, has looked amazing per all the reports at Jets camp. Imagine if he can get after the quarterback, and he has a good year rushing the passer. To go along with Joseph Asai and David Onyemata and the trade for Devondre Sweat, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Nashawn Wright coming over at cornerback. D'Angelo Pons looks like an Aaron Glenn clone potentially, undersized cornerback who wants to get up in your face. They have good players. Like, the Jets are not the Miami Dolphins. And you can make the case that the Dolphins organizationally are on a better arc than the Jets. And that we don't know if Jeff Hafley's good or bad, and maybe you're convinced that Aaron Glenn is bad. But I'll tell you what, the Jets are not like the Dolphins. They are not, talent-wise, one of the worst teams in the league. And if Geno Smith can rediscover some of his Seattle form at quarterback, the Jets could win 8 games this year. They could win 9 games this year. Think about it. If Glenn and Reich are not disasters, this should be a team that come November is still in the playoff mix in the AFC. I am not suggesting that it's going to manifest this year in terms of wins and losses. The Raiders are in a tough spot. The division they play in is ridiculous. Like, it's really, really good. And while there is legitimate cause for excitement with Mendoza, Genti, Bowers, Tyler Linderbaum comes over to play center. We'll see if any of these wide receivers can step up. Malik Benson, like a late round rookie, is getting a lot of hype. There is reason for optimism. It's not going to happen this year in terms of wins and losses. It's just not. Like, they don't have enough talent on the roster. It's going to be all about if Fernando Mendoza, when he gets into the lineup, not if, but when Mendoza plays. If Mendoza shows that he can be #the guy, season's a success. And the other benchmark that I think we can look at for the Raiders in terms of success will be, is this a professional team? In the way they conduct themselves, in the way they handle their business. It's early. It's August 11th. A lot of time for this to go haywire, like it has, unfortunately, because I, as a football fan, and as someone that talks about sports for a living, I want the Raiders to be good. The NFL is more fun when the Raiders are good. Are they going to be professional? Are they going to prevent the drama from happening? Not let things go haywire. Thus far in the process, I think we can all say it, off to a pretty good start under the leadership of Clint Kubiak.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that is 310-840-4910. Finishing up our deep dive, our preview of the NFC West here in 2026. We hit on the Rams and the Arizona Cardinals last segment. Any questions or opinions on either of those two teams? Again, you could call or you could text 310-840-4910. We're going to save the Seattle Seahawks for the top of the hour because we're going to talk with Andrew Destin from the Associated Press. He covers Seattle sports for the AP. And then we're going to do our Seahawks three-point stance. They're the final team. We've covered all 32 teams this offseason starting over 2 months ago. And we will finish it tonight. Our full summer offseason coverage of the NFL concludes in terms of the three-point stance with the Seattle Seahawks tonight. So we're just going to hit the 49ers here, and then we'll have nearly a full hour spending time dedicating to the defending Super Bowl champions coming up at the top of the hour. So, Brad, when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers, you look at what they did a year ago, banged up with injuries on the defensive side of the football all season long, and Brock Purdy missed nearly half the season with an injury. Mac Jones kept them afloat. Kyle Shanahan kept them afloat. Robert Saleh kept them afloat, including that defense, which just put together some incredible performances, including in the postseason when they go into Philly and knock off the Eagles. But then it all came crashing down when they got boat raced by the Seahawks in the divisional round. But still, a 12-5 season, got to the divisional round. Felt like that was a pretty damn good year for the 49ers, but man, it feels like this window is closing for this core. Purdy, maybe not Purdy, but Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, these aging stars for the 49ers only have so many more years remaining where we can legitimately say they are a Super Bowl contender. And we know that the Rams on paper are the favorite to win the Super Bowl this year. So, Robert Saleh leaves to take the head coaching job for the Tennessee Titans. And Brad, the biggest question facing the 49ers for me this year, how improved, if at all, will this 49ers defense be? Because, again, injuries played a big factor last year, but it feels like it plays a big factor with the 49ers every single year. Can you rely on Nick Bosa to stay healthy? Feels like he's been playing banged up or has been missing significant chunks of the season for the last 2-3 years. Can Michael Williams get on the field and stay healthy? He opened up training camp on the PUP list after he tore his ACL last year, midway through the season. He was having a promising rookie season. What is Fred Warner is going to look like coming back from his gruesome way to end the season with an injury? Dre Greenlaw, a couple years removed from that Super Bowl gruesome injury. Then he went to Denver. Now he's back with the 49ers. So for me, is this defense going to be improved? On paper, you would think absolutely, because all their star players are coming back from season-ending injuries. But Robert Saleh leaves to take the Titans head coaching job, and the new defensive coordinator for the 49ers is the guy that got the pink slip from the Falcons, and Raheem Morris. How this 49ers defense performs, I think, is going to end up dictating how far they go this year. What do you think?
I totally agree, man. This entire unit seems to be peanut brittle, to say the least. But, these guys can largely remain upright and healthy this year. They should at least be an average unit. Are they going to be an elite unit? No. Are they going to be top 10 unit? Probably not. A top half unit? Probably is the best case scenario. Mike Clay's got it projected right now. It's the 17th best overall defensive unit in the National Football League. And that seems fair to me. If they're in that, 12 to 17 range when it's all said and done, I think, they've slightly exceeded expectations. And with the offense, and with the brilliant mind of Kyle Shanahan, and we're getting some, great news out of camp. We're going to be breaking down some of the breakout stars potentially in the regular season, tie this offense. But the most encouraging sign that I've seen from this team is George Kittle. George Kittle has got a lot of bounce in his step. He's moving great. It looks like he's at or near 100%. We got a story out a couple of days ago that He is very much on pace to be available week 1. And good day, mate. Melbourne, Australia, taking on the LA Rams. A lot of people weren't expecting that. They thought maybe Kittle would miss like the first 2-3 games of the regular season, but it could be all systems go in the opener. Very encouraging sign because he's a do-it-all tight end, supreme pass catcher, road blocker, as well in the run game. Really indispensable for them, although Jake Tonjes has done a pretty good job when inserted into the starting lineup. So encouraging signs, to say the least, for this franchise overall. It's just, can they stay healthy? Can they stiff arm the substation for all the conspiracy wacko theorists that are out there? I got a gut feeling it says they probably will, but I could be horrifically and terribly wrong, which I often am.
So I'd say you've got the fantasy feels for George Kittle indeed. If you want to expand upon that, absolutely, you may. You might. You want to wax more poetic on Kittle the Skittle, by all means, go ahead. But I would say I've got the feels for Brock Purdy. And I feel like, and you and I, look, we debated who the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL are right now a couple of weeks ago. And it was, we nearly clawed each other's eyes out. And you and I don't get intense all that often. We got intense when debating who the top 10 QBs are. The one we did agree on, Brock Purdy. Top 10 quarterback, probably the 10th best quarterback in the NFL. And I think what Brock Purdy was able to do when he was healthy last year, he only played in 9 games, threw for over 2,100 yards and 20 touchdowns. I mean, you map that out to a full season. That's nearly 4,000 yards, and it's close to 40 touchdowns for Brock Purdy. I think he's phenomenal. I think he's a guy that just continues to get overlooked and doubted, and he's so underrated from the time that he stepped forward in his rookie year, being Mr. Irrelevant, led him to the NFC title game, then led him to the Super Bowl. And I just think Purdy's he's got full control of this Kyle Shanahan offense. And yeah, with this aging offense with Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and now Mike Evans, they brought back Deebo Samuel. Yeah, sure, things could go terribly wrong. They could fail to stay healthy. We saw that already happen to Brock Purdy 2 years ago when he was basically working with a skeleton cast and crew on the offense. And, he had to go out there and wear it for most of that season. But not only what he can do spinning the football, routinely being able to rack up 250, 300 yards a game, what Brock Purdy has been able to do with his legs over the last 2 seasons. Not necessarily big rushing games, but finding the end zone. 8 rushing touchdowns over the last 2 years, 3 of them last year in only 9 games. I think Purdy is a really good viable option for a mid-round quarterback in your fantasy draft because he's not Lamar Jackson, he's not Josh Allen, no. But, man, he's pretty damn good with what he can do with his legs and getting you a rushing touchdown every couple of weeks or so.
Don't disagree. And another major reason why I think he's got to have a successful campaign is, again, because of George Kittle and that Wolverine blood that is pumping through the veins and the quick healing ability that he possesses. You got to recall last season, only 11 games played in the regular season. He had 7 touchdowns. He's been one of the preeminent red zone threats at the position the last decade. It seems he was number 3 in yards per route run last season. That's always a harbinger of positive numbers to come. He was number 1 in catchable target rate. So, again, that chemistry, that rapport, an unbreakable bond that he has forged with Brock Purdy. I think he's a guy that's a supreme value right now, going around pick number 119 overall. So, a lot of people write off Kittle because of the Achilles injury, but I wouldn't doubt it, man. I would believe in the rat tail, and I would snack on some Little Caesars. Love the crazy bread, by the way, as the spokesperson for that fine pizza company is. I would be buying all the slices of George Kittle my mouth can handle.
All right, favorite team-related play for the Niners this year. I'll go and give you mine really quickly because I was just talking about him. Brock Purdy. I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago when we did our 3-point stance on the 49ers. It's still my favorite play. Brock Purdy over 2.5 rushing touchdowns at nearly even money. Again, he got 3 last year in only 9 games played, 5 the year before that. When things kind of go awry inside the 10 or inside the 5, Brock Purdy knows how to use his legs. He's shifty. He can get to the end zone. He can scamper. He's got what it takes. So 3 rushing touchdowns. He did it in nearly half a season last year. I think he's good value to do it again this year. Brock Purdy over his rushing touchdowns. Brad, I know you're very, very high on a certain rookie on the Niners.
Oh, yeah, let's get crazy with the cheese whiz. DeJon dribbling to win Offensive Rookie of the Year at 30-1, folks. He has been all the rage, all the talk of Niners training camp. All the beat writers are saying he's been the best player of Niners training camp. A guy that's ultra versatile, X, Y, Z positions. They utilize him all over the field. All he does is make catches and plays. He was fantastic in his collegiate days at Ole Miss. I think he is going to be a rookie sensation. 30-1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I am a buyer. I am a believer in DeJon dribbling.
Love that. And I saw another report today that Brock Purdy is building some very good chemistry with DeJon dribbling. So, Oh, baby, you are going to look like a genius, my friend, if DeJon dribbling takes off in that Niners offense. By the way, if they're a playoff team, minus 150 for the Niners to make the playoffs this year with our friends at BetMGM, plus 125 for them to miss. I think they're a playoff team for sure. We'll take a quick break. We will get to your phone calls. We've got some calls on the Niners when we come back. Also, 2 pieces of breaking news. We've got an update on Puka Nakua's injury at training camp today. And also, how much is Fernando Mendoza going to play in the preseason opener for the Raiders on Thursday? We have an answer. We'll let you know when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Is Dallas going to be able to give George Pickens this huge extension that he will? Because again, if we're going to play this out and things are going to go great for George Pickens, he's going to be amazing this year. Can they even pay him? So you already have CeeDee Lamb saying it out loud. You need to pay this guy. To this point in the and this I think surprises people. It surprises me. It should surprise you if you're paying attention. The fact that George Pickens has not made any waves yet, I think, is one of the upsets of this century. Like, that would have been a massive underdog if BetMGM were to set that in a market, right? Will George Pickens publicly complain and be angry about the fact that he's playing this year under a 1-year deal, right? Under the franchise, even if he's making a ton of money. He wants a long-term deal. We would all want the long-term deal if we were George Pickens. We can understand where he's coming from. And this was a guy that, despite his unbelievable talent and raw ability, the Pittsburgh Steelers said, you know what? We can't deal with this anymore. We'll take a 3rd-round pick. You take him off our hands. A powder keg, potentially. I'm being serious. And I love the Cowboys heading into this year. Would anyone really be shocked if this turned into an issue? Either today or by October, by Halloween, trade deadline. I'm not insinuating the Cowboys will trade him. Just that, as the season goes along, if Pickens is playing great, you don't think there might be some acrimony here? Especially as he watches other players get, whether it's deserved or not, and it is, in the case of Quinnen Williams. Williams deserves that money. He's been great. Dallas made the investment in him. Good piece of business by Dallas and a good piece of business by the Jets in that trade. He deserves the money. Think George Pickens cares? Here's a better question. Would you care if it were you? Miami's upside is not to win the Eastern Conference. They don't have enough to do that. Now, they can be a playoff team. They could win a series. That maybe they could even get to the Eastern Conference final. Like, they're not beating the Sixers. They're not beating the Knicks. I wouldn't take them to beat the Pacers with a healthy Tyrese Halliburton. I think I would take the Celtics over them in a playoff series. So, yeah, like Miami, if you're a Heat fan, you should be excited. You have Giannis. Giannis is still awesome. He's still one of the best players in the league. But basketball's a team sport. The Knicks just proved that. And I don't think Miami has the horses to potentially win a championship this season or really even come close.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll get to your phone calls here in just a moment. But, Brad, two pieces of news. I guess you could call them breaking news. So we were talking about Puka Nacua earlier this hour, previewing the Rams. Left practice earlier today, joint practice with the Cowboys with what was an undisclosed injury. Ian Rappaport tweeting out just a couple of minutes ago, Puka Nacua, who left practice while walking with a trainer, is dealing with minor soreness in his groin, I'm told. The team is just being cautious. So we know that a lot of folks were going crazy or over-speculating because of the reporting from Adam Schefter earlier today that Puka Nacua could be dealt, still could face disciplinary action for the allegations of assault that he faces. And however much you want to believe in that or think that these two things are related at all, we do get a report from Ian Rappaport. The team is telling him that it is a minor groin injury.
Yeah, I guess kind of a best case scenario. A lot of people are stunned when they heard the news and a little bit worried because it was shrouded in mystery. But love muscles, tender ones, all the rage apparently right now in the NFL. A number of wide receivers, as we discussed yesterday, have been dealing with soft tissue issues, many of those of the groin variety. So hopefully Nacua can heal himself up. Plenty of time to do so. Should be all systems go for week one, but we'll see if that suspension strikes at some point in the regular season.
And we will get to some Fernando Mendoza news that we have here in just a bit, but I want to get to a phone call from Rick in Atlanta. 310-840-4910. Rick in Atlanta is next up on BetMGM tonight. Go ahead, Rick. You got it.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
What's up, man?
Some news on Puka. That's just crazy to me, and some prayers for him. But I wanted to say that I believe that Brock Purdy is just the best QB in the world. So yeah.
Okay.
Mic drop.
Groundbreaking stuff there from Rick in Atlanta.
Yeah, it really was. Really was. Die-hard Niners fan, apparently. Or just a big Brock Purdy guy. Maybe he's got him on every single one of his fantasy rosters imaginable.
Yeah, I don't know, Brad. I feel like that was a troll call and just was Rick in Atlanta was scared to pull the trigger there because our guy Mike, who's filling in for Lee in our Westwood One studios, he is the one that has taken the phone calls, and he put in our caller sheet, Rick in Atlanta said, 49ers QB is overrated. Now, that is not what Rick in Atlanta just said to us on the air.
Nope. No,
Quite
he
the
didn't.
opposite. Quite the opposite. Said Brock Purdy is the best in the world. And mind-blowing stuff there from Rick in Atlanta. So I don't know if that was maybe a troll call that just didn't get there, a little nerves, didn't have the confidence to actually let rip what he wanted to say. But either way, thanks for wasting 30 seconds of our time there, Rick. Appreciate that. All right, something we can hit on.
Entertaining nonetheless.
Yeah, something we can hit on here for 60 seconds, and then we can expand upon it. Again, preseason football coming up on Thursday. Raiders are going to play the Cardinals, who just played the Hall of Fame game last week. And Adam Schefter reporting Raiders rookie QB Fernando Mendoza is expected to get plenty of experience in Thursday's preseason opener against the Cardinals, Coach Clint Kubiak said today. So we know that almost with pretty good confidence that Kirk Cousins is going to be the starting quarterback, but Fernando Mendoza, Brad, might play maybe an entire half coming up on Thursday? We're going to get a real good look at him, that's for sure.
And I think he's got to twirl and impress with all the passes that he tosses, man. The guy is a real deal Holyfield in my mind. His reads, his progressions, his all fields throw. He's a complete package. Is he going to be the most mobile guy in the pocket? No. But he's got a little bit of depthness and reading and reacting and moving his body around. He showed that in Indiana. He will run on occasion, though it'll be rare. I said last night, I'm sticking to my guns. First 3 games of the season. For Vegas, Miami at the Chargers at New Orleans. He starts in KC.
We got to run here. Andrew
This
Destin
is
joins us
Westwood
next.
One Sports.
I thought the Phillies, and the more and more I think about it, I have problems with that. You want to know why I have problems with that, Nick? They can't hit. I don't trust their lineup. And they don't hit Dodger pitching. The team that I'm actually circling, Atlanta.
Okay.
And Milwaukee would be the team. Milwaukee's the team, the profile. The odds would say they're the team with Mizorowski. I think as far as beating the Dodgers, we've seen the Braves do it. I know 2021 is a long, long time ago. They accomplished the goal, and they hit velocity. That to me is kind of the pathway the more and more I think about it, where it's hey, you're going to have to be able to score runs against the Dodgers. I don't trust Philly to do it. I know Milwaukee's in the neck. They put the ball in play. Too much PTSD from last year. Maybe it's the Braves as the team that's going to knock off LA. And here's my take on the Dodgers, too. If they're going to get knocked off, it will be in the National League. Because if they find their way to a World Series and they could sniff it, they could taste it, they're 4 wins away from a three-peat, they are not going to be denied. If you're going to get them, you're going to get them early, period.
if Embiid and LeBron, if they're healthy come playoff time, the Sixers are a big problem. And a potential big problem for my Knicks. Because the upside of that team is to win a championship in year one. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm not going to pick them or bet them to win the championship. But I think you're nuts if you don't think that's in the range of outcomes. And I guarantee, The Rock guarantees that you are going to hear and you are going to read and you are going to see a lot of people say, well, they can't win in year one. Look what happened in Miami year one. Made the finals and got blistered by the Mavericks in the finals. It's going to take time for all of it to come together. And next year, maybe, the Sixers can win a championship. To which I say, poppycock. They can win it this year. Now, you need Embiid to be healthy and you need LeBron to be healthy. It's not impossible that happens, even if it's unlikely. And if that happens, they can win the championship.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Tuesday night program kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We kick off the third hour and we deep dive into the defending Super Bowl champions. We've been previewing the NFC West a lot this show, so we'll finish off that preview and start our conversation with the Seattle Seahawks by going to our guest line and bringing in Andrew Destin, who covers Seattle sports and Washington sports, the state of Washington as a whole, for the Associated Press. And you can find him on Twitter at AndrewDestin1. Andrew, it's Pat and Brad. Thanks so much for joining us. How you doing? How is it up there in the PNW?
Good. It's a beautiful day out here. Guys, thanks for having me on. It's, 78 degrees, sunny, no humidity, and not a cloud in the sky. So I would say it's pretty darn nice here in Seattle right now.
I'm jealous.
Beautiful. That's a lovely thing. And so the weather's been great. How about the vibes at Seahawks training camp so far, Andrew? The defending Super Bowl champions, they're the feature of Hard Knocks, which previews later tonight. I'll flip that on as soon as our show is over. But after Sam Darnold proved everybody long last year, Mike McDonald showed why he's one of the best coaches in the NFL, and John Schneider proved he's an incredible GM. How have the first 2 weeks of training camp looked overall? What's been the vibe?
Yeah, I would say it's a very workmanlike group. And first off, just want to say thanks for having me on, guys, again. It's been very workmanlike, I would say. This is a team that's very committed and, frankly, has a lot of belief that it can repeat as champions after what it performed, how it performed last season. It's going to have its work cut out, right? I mean, it's so hard to repeat. If they were to do so, they would only be the 9th team in NFL history to do so. But vibes are high here. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic about how this team will perform this year. It's the second season in the offense for Sam Darnold, albeit it's a little bit different of an offense with Brian Fleury now taking over as the offensive coordinator. But, there's a lot of different reasons to think that this team is pretty optimistic and excited about what is going to take place. That being said, there have been some recent developments, and one that we can certainly get into, like Devin Witherspoon's ongoing contract situation, which has been a focus of Hard Knocks, or at least was in that first episode. He did not want to answer questions about that today. So with every NFL team, right, there's storylines, there's things that are happening under the hood that aren't exactly peachy. That would be the one thing that comes to mind. But otherwise, I would say that vibes are pretty darn high around here. There's a lot of belief and conviction within the group that despite the Rams continuing to retool and improve themselves, that the Seahawks can be right up there with the best, if not be the best again this season.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that about Devin Witherspoon, because we actually have a listener question that I wanted to throw your way, Andrew, and it comes from Darlene, and she mentioned she's in sunny Pensacola, Florida, where you're in beautiful Seattle, Washington. But Darlene in Pensacola, Florida asks, what are contract negotiations looking like with corner Devin Witherspoon? I know that, you kind of mentioned he didn't want to answer questions about that today, but he's currently playing on the final year of his rookie deal after the club picked up his 50-year option, under contract through 2027. The club picked up his 50-year option for next year, and he's currently playing on that fourth year of those 5 years here. And so I know that there's been reports that the Seahawks want to make him one of the highest paid corners in the NFL. We've already seen a couple of big extensions this offseason, guys like Quinnen Williams, and of course a bunch of running backs like Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs over the last couple of days. So I know, like you said, right from the horse's mouth, just to use the old metaphor there, Devin Witherspoon didn't want to answer too many questions on it. But from what you've heard and what you've gathered, what do you think? Are we close to a contract extension with Devin Witherspoon, or is this something that maybe drags closer to the start of the regular season?
I would say it might be dragging a little bit more, and that's just to say that both sides really do want to get this done. I don't think it's a matter of whether or not Devin wants to be here. That much is clear. He's enjoyed his time in Seattle from everything that I can gather in my time reporting here and from everything he's said publicly and everything the Seahawks are saying publicly. This is one of those situations where everybody's saying the right thing. It's just kind of a matter of who's going to blink first. And so because of that, because there's not really anything pressing here, right? It's not, technically Devin Witherspoon is entering the fourth year of the deal, as you guys alluded to there. They picked up the option for him. With Jackson Smith and Jigba, they kind of broke standard a little bit. And with the Seahawks, oftentimes they don't do business or don't consider contract extensions until the player is about to enter their final season of a contract. Given that he is a rookie, given that where things stand, or rather that he was drafted by them, was a rookie with them in 2023, given all of that information, I would be pretty surprised if we see an extension happen anytime in the next few days. There's complicating factors to that. And this is not to diminish Devin Witherspoon's value by any means, but there are a lot of guys here that the Seahawks think really highly of. There are the Josh Jobs, the Nehemiah Pritchetts. They went to the draft and got guys like an Andre Fuller, Julian Neal, that they think really highly of in the secondary. So Devin Witherspoon, all-pro player the last 3 years, not replaceable. But that being said, considering the other guys they have back there, especially when you look at safety, when you look at the likes of the Julian Loves of the world, it's a really deep group. It's arguably the biggest strength of the Seahawks when healthy, and they were more than willing to allow Reek Woolen to walk last year in free agency or last spring. I don't expect them to do anything but play hardball with Devin Witherspoon.
Well, he is certainly not replaceable because Andrew went to the greatest university in the United States. ILL, pay the man his money, and Devin Witherspoon. Let's talk some offensive players, Andrew. Jadarian Price has missed some time this week with upper body soreness. What's the latest on his possible return to practice? How has he looked when he has been in uniform so far in training camp? Was Zach Charbonnet expected to potentially return earlier than expected? What do you envision the touch split being when all the running back parties are healthy this year?
Yeah, when he's been in uniform, I thought he's looked great. Frankly, I think that the thing that's caught my eye the most has been on a couple of touchdown plays or just on plays in general in training camp is how solid he has looked at catching passes out of the backfield. That was obviously a question about him coming out of the draft, is whether or not this was somebody who could contribute in the passing game or be a third down guy. Now, all that being said, availability, very much a question here as it's August 11th and the Seahawks start the season in less than a month. That's question number one. Question number two is, well, how are they going to split up reps? I fully anticipate that George Holani, somebody who the Seahawks hold in really high regard, as somebody who they believe, could have maybe even been drafted guy if he was in any other draft class except for 2024, I believe it was, that he came out. I would expect Holani and Price to be splitting reps from the start. Expect a lot of Price on first and second down, a lot of Holani on third down, red zone, 2-minute drill. That's when you're going to see the bulk of the playing time go to George Holani. So I'm fully anticipating that it's going to be a division of labor in that kind of a way, where more of the reps go towards Holani, especially in those meaningful reps, which isn't to say, first and second down doesn't matter, but that's when you can get a rookie in there. And then maybe as the season goes on, depending on how the two perform, then you can see it where more reps go towards Price, and Holani starts to see that dip in playing time. That's all contingent on how Price's health is. So we're going to have to monitor that certainly for the next few weeks.
All right, let's talk JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Andrew, he was the ultimate route technician last season and a phenomenal breakthrough campaign coming off a season with 119 catches, nearly 1,800 yards, and 10 touchdowns. Is there anywhere JSN could improve his game? What's his ceiling ultimately? Could he be the first ever 2,000-yard wide receiver in a season in NFL history? Is that achievable?
If there's anything I've learned about covering Jackson Smith and Jigba, and fortunately enough, I actually got to cover his older brother, Kanan, when he played for the Pittsburgh Pirates in their farm system, and a little bit. If there's anything I've learned about this family, it's don't count these guys out. They are the hardest of workers, and they are some of the smartest athletes I've been around in general. Jackson is one of one. That being said, I would be shocked if he goes for 2,000 yards. It has nothing to do with him and everything to do with the supporting cast around him. Torrey Horton is now healthy. He burst onto the scene last year as a rookie. I believe had 6 touchdowns in 8 games or 5 and 7 or some number like that. Torrey Horton is healthy. Rashid Shaheed is now entering his first full season in the offense after last year basically jumping onto a moving train. And then, of course, there's still Cooper Kupp. You can't count out a guy who used to be a few years back among the league's elite and now is among the best number 2 or number 3 receivers, depending on the scheme, depending on the play, of anybody in the NFL. And not to mention the tight end room only continues to get better and better with more experience. A.J. Barner, Elijah Arroyo entering their 3rd and 2nd years respectively in the league. There's a lot of guys to feed. There's a lot of hands going around. I don't see Jackson Smith and Jigba having as productive of a season, and that's not because I'm expecting him to drop down in production or take a step back. It's just there's so many different guys to get the ball to, and I imagine that other opposing defenses will be harping on him that much more. That being said, if anybody can get to 2,000 yards, I think it's him.
Oh, okay.
We're talking to Andrew Destin here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and Andrew covers Washington sports, Seattle sports, the Seattle Seahawks, more specifically for the Associated Press. You can find him on Twitter at AndrewDestin1. We're talking all things Seahawks and their quest to repeat as Super Bowl champions. How has the offense looked so far in training camp under new offensive coordinator Brian Fleury? I know you mentioned him before. He comes over from the 49ers after Clint Kubiak leaves to take the Raiders head coaching job. So I guess what's the expectations for how this offense will look like how this offense will look in 2026? Any changes to Sam Darnold or any changes to the formations or just the scheme in general from what you've heard, Andrew?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what we're looking for here with the offense is it's going to look very, very similar to what Clint Kubiak's scheme was. It's going to feature a lot of RPO. It's going to feature a lot of bootlegs with the quarterback. It's going to involve getting, just taking full advantage of the field, right? None of that I'm expecting to be any different. Where I'm expecting the little nuanced differences is maybe more tight end packages, more times with, with 2 tight end personnel, even 3 tight end personnel. Last year that was probably the one criticism you could have of Kubiak's offense is that it was A, very Smith and Jigba heavy, but B, just very wide receiver heavy. I imagine that will change a little bit, just given A, Brian Fleury's background as a former tight ends coach for many years at the 49ers. That's something that he's very well adept at doing. So I imagine that's going to come into play here. And then the second reason why it would be more tight ends is just because that's the personnel. Like this group has now evolved to a point where I'm expecting Elijah Arroyo, AJ Barner, these guys to be potential breakout candidates, especially from a fantasy perspective. I think Barner could be in for a really big year, especially as he starts to get closer and closer to that contract year status. So, but how has the offense looked? I thought Darnold has looked great in camp so far. I think certainly better than a year ago. He looks more in tune, more in sync with his guys. I think the connection with him and Rashid Shaheed is something that both him and Shaheed are really harping on and focusing on, which is that, hey, these are two guys who both are from Southern California. They spent time working out together this offseason. That was very intentional on both of their parts. They want to build more chemistry, and I think we're seeing that here with both those guys. That is a relationship, that is a connection. I think it's only going to grow and improve next season.
Oh, Andrew, you said the magic word, fantasy, and you followed it up with a breakout. That was actually my next question. Do you believe it's going to be A.J. Barner? Do you feel A.J. Barner has more breakout potential this season in this offense than Rashid Shaheed or anybody else? Are you going to stick to that and explain why again?
I could stick to Barner. The other option I would throw out there would be Torrey Horton. I think Rashid Shaheed is going to be excellent in the return game again, but the reason I look at Barner is because, listen, that much more familiar with the offense. Tight ends are going to be featured heavily. Red zone opportunities are going to run aplenty. And there's not that Kenneth Walker or Zach Charbonnet running back who's going to be available at the get-go. Opposing defenses are really going to harp on Shaheed, really harp on Jackson Smith and Jigba, Cooper Kupp in the red zone in these short yardage areas. It's going to leave opportunities available. I don't know. I can see the kind of season that we're used to seeing with Seahawks tight ends. If you go back a decade or so, whether it's a Zach Miller or whether it's a Jimmy Graham, there's different names that come to mind that I think that could be a similar style of play. Again, remains to be seen. Easier said than done, certainly. But I think that's what we're kind of looking at is just that Barner is my breakout candidate, and if I had to pick a backup option, it would be Torrey Horton, just because he has such a nose for the end zone. That's a guy who, if he didn't get hurt last year, very well could have had double-digit touchdowns, and then we're having a very different conversation about whether he's one of the best sidekicks in the NFL or best up-and-comers. So those are my two guys, but I don't think Rashid Shaheed's a bad pick. I just think that it's going to be a little hard for him to craft out a regular role, and frankly, he is as a football player. It's more about the versatility, the diversity of skills, how he can perform in a return game, how he can return punts, kicks, be a good special teamer. It's more about that than, say, a true guy who's going to eclipse 1,000 yards receiving or something like that.
Nice.
Talking to Andrew Destin here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Andrew covers the Seattle Seahawks and all Seattle and all the state of Washington sports for the Associated Press. He's got his hands full, but it's a good time right now to be covering the Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champions. Andrew, going back to the defense, second-year safety Nick Emenwari passed his physical today, was officially taken off the PUP list. That's a huge positive signal about his readiness for the season. Had that sprained ankle right before the Super Bowl and then had an off-season procedure. Still a lot of question marks, though, about his ability to be ready for the start of the season. So other than him passing his physical, what have you been hearing about Nick Emenwari as it pertains to Week 1?
Yeah, I'm not surprised, or I wouldn't be surprised if he plays in Week 1. All that we've heard from Coach Mike McDonald as recently as a few days ago is that the expectation is that he'll play in the opener. And maybe not the expectation, but just that that's not a possibility. I think the window is open there. I think he'll be back for Week 1. Now the question is, what does his impact look like? I don't know, guys, because last year he was twice slowed down by ankle injuries, and he turned out to be a runner-up for AP All Rookie Defensive Player of the Year. This is a guy who's got all sorts of capabilities there, right? So I think that, yes, this is going to be a tough injury for him to come back from. But that being said, he demonstrated last year in playing in 14 games that he can play through a bum ankle. He can still be a really impactful player when he does. And it's going to take some time to get up to speed with an ankle injury, but I fully expect and anticipate that he's going to be more than fine this season. And he's, on the defensive side, you want to talk about breakout candidates? That's a guy certainly who I think has all of the potential to really be an impactful guy for these guys off the jump. Yeah,
sticking with that secondary, how about the tryout that Terry and Arnold had with the Seahawks on Sunday. Mike McDonald said yesterday that the team, he straight up said the team has interest in potentially signing him after they met with him. You know, I know you know, but for those of the listeners that don't know, Terry and Arnold accused of orchestrating the kidnapping and beating of 3 men who prosecutors believe he wrongly suspected of stealing $100,000 in cash from him. Lions released him at the end of June, a week after he turned himself into the authorities and posted a $1 million bond. So your thoughts on that? What do you think? Seahawks going to potentially sign him and then wait to see what the NFL does?
I think it would be more the latter. I would be surprised if the Seahawks were the team that bites first here. And I know there have been reports out there of him trying out with other teams like the Saints. I think what this is a matter of is the Seahawks recognize with just, a little bit of the uncertainty at cornerback, whether that's with Reek Wallen moving on or if this Devin Witherspoon contract situation were to spiral in a way that we don't see it coming. For those listeners who aren't aware, Devin Witherspoon has taken part in every single practice despite these ongoing contract talks and wanting to get a new deal done. I don't anticipate that being an issue, but let's say hypothetically that Witherspoon decides not to play this year or not to start the first few games of the year, then theoretically it would be beneficial to have some more cornerback depth and have a guy like Terry and Arnold who, if the charges prove to not be true, to be held up in a court of law in that manner, then sure, absolutely you go that direction. But, remains to be seen. I would be surprised if the Seahawks make any kind of signing before the NFL, lays down its law here and rules one way or the other. That's more of my expectation. But again, we've seen these things go one way or the other, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, Andrew, we threw a lot at you, man. Great stuff. Really appreciate all your insights and your opinions and everything going on with the Seahawks right now. And we hope to catch up with you soon once the season gets underway. But we are right around the corner, man. So thanks so much for your time.
Sounds like a plan, guys. Thanks so much for having me on. I really do appreciate it. This was a pleasure.
Thanks, Andrew.
There you go. Andrew Destin covers the Seahawks and the city of Seattle and the entire state of Washington for the Associated Press. So he'll be covering the Seahawks for the AP throughout the season. Make sure you check him out on Twitter at AndrewDestin1. All right, Brad and I will go even deeper. We'll give you our 3-point stance on the Seahawks. Best fantasy value, favorite player prop play, and we'll debate over or under 10.5 wins for the reigning Super Bowl champions. Can they do it again? Can they at least get back to the playoffs? There's going to be high expectations in that NFC West. 310-840-4910. If you want to join the show, that's 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And I will say this off the bat. If I'm wrong here and the Jets stink again and they're going to bottom out, which, by the way, you can make a case that's not the worst thing for the team, given they have 3 first-round picks and would get their quarterback of the future, like you would think so, next year in the 2027 NFL draft. The way it goes wrong is if Aaron Glenn's as bad as he was last year, and Frank Reich, who's calling the offense, who, to be fair, was brutal in his last couple stops as an NFL play caller. Remember what happened in Carolina? Didn't even make it one season in Bryce Young's rookie year. If Aaron Glenn stinks and Frank Reich stinks, that's how this is going to go poorly. My thing with the Jets, though, and I would encourage you to do this, look at the players on their roster. Like, they have a lot of good players. The offensive line is going to be, at worst, above average. Maybe it's just slightly above average, but it's not going to be bad, barring injury. Fashanu, I like at tackle, and the other Armand Membu might be the best player on offense per reports at training camp. They have 2 solid young bookend tackles, and I like the interior of the line. Garrett Wilson's a stud. Breece Hall's a stud. You know I like the upside of A.D. Mitchell. Omar Cooper in the first round from Indiana catching the football. Mason Taylor, last year's second-round pick at tight end. Kenyon Sadiq, this year's first-round pick at tight end, battling an injury right now. Maybe he doesn't make an impact early in the season, but I think he should make an impact as the season goes along. David Bailey, the second overall pick in the draft, has looked amazing per all the reports at Jets camp. Imagine if he can get after the quarterback, and he has a good year rushing the passer. To go along with Joseph Asai and David Onyemata and the trade for Devondre Sweat, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Nashawn Wright coming over at cornerback. D'Angelo Pons looks like an Aaron Glenn clone potentially, undersized cornerback who wants to get up in your face. They have good players. Like, the Jets are not the Miami Dolphins. And you can make the case that the Dolphins organizationally are on a better arc than the Jets. And that we don't know if Jeff Hafley's good or bad, and maybe you're convinced that Aaron Glenn is bad. But I'll tell you what, the Jets are not like the Dolphins. They are not, talent-wise, one of the worst teams in the league. And if Geno Smith can rediscover some of his Seattle form at quarterback, the Jets could win 8 games this year. They could win 9 games this year. Think about it. If Glenn and Reich are not disasters, this should be a team that come November is still in the playoff mix in the AFC. I am not suggesting that it's going to manifest this year in terms of wins and losses. The Raiders are in a tough spot. The division they play in is ridiculous. Like, it's really, really good. And while there is legitimate cause for excitement with Mendoza, Genti, Bowers, Tyler Linderbaum comes over to play center. We'll see if any of these wide receivers can step up. Malik Benson, like a late round rookie, is getting a lot of hype. There is reason for optimism. It's not going to happen this year in terms of wins and losses. It's just not. Like, they don't have enough talent on the roster. It's going to be all about if Fernando Mendoza, when he gets into the lineup, not if, but when Mendoza plays. If Mendoza shows that he can be #the guy, season's a success. And the other benchmark that I think we can look at for the Raiders in terms of success will be, is this a professional team? In the way they conduct themselves, in the way they handle their business. It's early. It's August 11th. A lot of time for this to go haywire, like it has, unfortunately, because I, as a football fan, and as someone that talks about sports for a living, I want the Raiders to be good. The NFL is more fun when the Raiders are good. Are they going to be professional? Are they going to prevent the drama from happening? Not let things go haywire. Thus far in the process, I think we can all say it, off to a pretty good start under the leadership of Clint Kubiak.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to Andrew Destin joining us last segment. He was great. That was a great interview.
Yeah.
Covers the Seahawks for the Associated Press for the AP. So that was awesome. In case you missed it, once the show is over, we encourage you to rewind on the Odyssey app or download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts and check it out. Before we get to our 3-point stance on the Seattle Seahawks, Brad, we've got a text coming through from a 240 number, and it says, Super Bowl winners being slept on. Wow. Let's see what the Rams do on the field. Look, I don't know if either you or me are sleeping on the Seahawks.
No.
They're essentially bringing back 90% of the same team from a year ago. We'll get to the big coordinator change and a new play caller, and that's going to be a big question mark for sure, but I don't think you and I are sleeping on the Seahawks. I think we just realize how incredibly difficult it is to repeat as Super Bowl champions and the super team that the Rams have assembled in Los Angeles. And so, yes, everybody is saying the Rams deserve to be the Super Bowl favorite. We'll see how things play out on the field, of course, but I think it's crazy to say anybody other than the Rams, and that includes the Seahawks, should be the Super Bowl favorite this year. I don't think that means we're sleeping on Seattle.
No, we're not sleeping on Seattle at all. I mean, there's an argument outside of Arizona. This is the best division in the NFC, one of the best divisions in all of professional tackle football. I mean, the top three teams are going to be awesome. The Rams, the Seahawks, the 49ers, provided people stay healthy. I mean, Arizona's going to be the dregs of the keg, but we're going to, give our high confidence picks on Seattle here in a minute. Including the over-under on 10.5 team wins. I think that will denote exactly how we feel. We are not at all dead ass asleep on Seattle. Give me a break.
Yeah, good. I'm glad that that's known. And look, I understand too that a lot of people, a lot of Seahawks fans, the 12s, they probably feel like that. Oh, everybody's talking about the Rams. Well, who's the team that beat them? Who's the team that won the Super Bowl? Yes, we understand, but I think that you got to have a little bit of nuance here, right? Because again, when is the last team that repeated as Super Bowl champions? The New England Patriots, long, long time ago. And also the Rams added Myles Garrett. Oh yeah, and Aaron Donald's probably coming back. Come on. So let's go dive deep here on the Seattle Seahawks. Our 3-point stance, Brad. Best fantasy value, favorite player prop play, and then we'll debate over or under 10.5 wins for the defending Super Bowl champs. But which player on this offense do you think brings you the best fantasy value this year?
It's Jadarian Price out of the University of Notre Dame that you know and love. RB27 right now, so you're getting an RB3 price in a 12-team fantasy draft. Pick number 7252 overall. I think he's grossly undervalued. Look, I know it is going to be somewhat of an RBBC, and we talked to Andrew Desson in the last segment, and it could be a slow ramp up for Jadarian Price and him really getting control and command of this backfield. But by the time, say, week 10 rolls around and looking at the schedule right now, let's see, Seattle. Oh, look at who they get in week 10. They get the Las Vegas Raiders on the road. Actually, week 9, even better matchup. Get Arizona at home. I will say by week 9, it's going to be a full-blown takeover and a hostile one by Jadarian Price. 3.92 yards after contact per attempt last season at Notre Dame. Nearly a 29% missed tackle rate. I understand he only had 6 receptions, but as Andrew already had laid out, we've seen the highlights making the rounds of social media. They've been working him like a dog on passing routes, and he has answered the call. He's catching everything in sight. He's a bruiser between the tackles. He's got dynamite wheels in the open field. He's better than George Halani. He's definitely better than Zach Charbonnet coming off a major knee injury. Although it sounded like Charbonnet could be back as early as week 1. I think that's extremely far-fetched. Week 3, week 4, more realistic, could be a pup candidate. Jadarian Price is the healthiest back on the roster. He's the most talented back on this roster. He's running behind a top 10 offensive line. RB27? Yeah, I'll take that all day long because he's going to make me some moolah on fantasy this year.
I like that. And I love anybody that you're picking that's a Notre Dame Fighting Irish alum. So, hell yeah, baby. Hail to Jadarian Price. I think Rashid Shaheed gives you some great value on this team. Seahawks got him last year in the trade from the Saints and played 9 games. And I know if you just look back at his season numbers, Rashid Shaheed, it's like, well, I mean, did he really do much? Now, remember, he had the kick return for the touchdown that led to the romp of the Niners, and he was an awesome punt returner. However, just in terms of what he did as a receiver, 15 catches, 188 yards. Not all that great. It took some time for them to build chemistry. They didn't trade. Jackson Smith and Jigba had a historical year. The run game was great. They had other receivers. Cooper Kupp was a solid receiver. There was really no need to try to force things to Rashid Shaheed, and they wanted that deep ball. They tried to get it working. But the reports out of training camp is that you got an expanded role coming for Rashid Shaheed, larger offensive role in his first full season with the Seahawks after getting a full offseason and training camp to build chemistry. That's from multiple reporters, including John Boyle, no relation, who covers the team for their official website. But I think Rashid Shaheed wide receiver number 57, and an average draft position of 142. So if you're in a 12-team league, you're getting him late in the 12th round, maybe early 13th round. You're talking about the last couple of picks of your draft. I think you got to grab Rashid Shaheed because of how great Sam Darnold has been the last 2 years. And again, because of that improved chemistry now. He's the clear-cut number 2 receiver now. I think he has jumped over Cooper Kupp. Brad, I don't know if you agree or disagree with that, but he's a deep ball threat. Yeah. We saw what he was able to do with the Saints over the last couple of years. I think Rashid Shaheed, last couple of rounds in your fantasy draft, pick him up because he could be that Alec Pierce type of home run hitter for the Seahawks this year.
Yeah, and I think that's entirely fair. I think Alec Pierce is a fair comp, to say the least. Not the current version of Alec Pierce, who, by the way, did not get that second injection. It was reported before that he got that second injection of platelets in his surgically repaired ankle, and then it was updated that he didn't get it. But still, regardless, Shaheed will be that outside the numbers chunk gainer. And definitely, certainly better than Cooper Kupp, who's just a possession short to intermediate field guy at this point in his career.
So I'm going to jump. I'll stick it with, I'll stay here, Brad. And our next is our favorite player prop play for the season. I like Rashid Shaheed so much. I'm taking his over receiving yards, 499.5. He needs 500 yards.
Low.
Yeah, I think he's getting that without a doubt. Last year, between the Saints and the Seahawks, so but the full season that he played combined, he had 687 yards. He had 499 yards with the Saints alone in 9 games. The year before that, in only 6 games with the Saints, 349. The last full season that he played with just one team, New Orleans, 719 yards. Again, he cleared this number last year between 2 teams when he's trying to jump into a new offense, and now he's had a full season to build chemistry. Yeah, 500 yards for Rashid Shaheed. I mean, you're looking at a guy that routinely can make 40, 50-yard catches happen for touchdowns. So I love this one. I love Rashid Shaheed because Brad, everybody and their mother are double teaming Jackson Smith and Jigba. They are forcing somebody else on that Seahawks receiving core to beat you. I think Rashid Shaheed's going to be the key that unlocks a lot of this offense.
Yeah, Andrew Destin probably would agree with you. We interviewed in the last segment from the Associated Press, although he was really talking up A.J. Barner, and that might be another guy you want to shop around the props market for. My guy, it's a dude throwing him the pill. It's Sam Darnold. Give me the over. 3,700.5 pass yards at a little bit lighter of a juice at a minus 105 there at BetMGM. Mike Clay at ESPN's got Darnold projected for 4,012 yards, so well north of 3,700, along with 24 passing touchdowns a season ago. He was number 13 in total air yards, nothing to scoff at there. Number 8 in adjusted completion percentage, damn good. And number 3 in deep ball completion percentage. JSN is still probably going to get at least 1,300, 1,400 receiving yards. You love Shaheed. Destin said he loves A.J. Barner. He got other weapons here. The running backs can certainly catch the ball as well. He doesn't have the most intimidating strength of schedule, 13th easiest for a fantasy quarterback this season. He's operating behind a top 10 offensive line. Put all together, Sam Darnold over 3,700.5 pass yards at a minus 105. My favorite player prop in the Starbucks City.
And finally, over or under 10.5 wins for the Seattle Seahawks. The over with our friends at BetMGM, minus 125. The under is plus money, plus 105. Do the Seahawks get to 11 wins, Brad? With the biggest question facing this team this year, in my opinion, outside of just the Super Bowl hangover, is does this offense specifically suffer the Super Bowl hangover now that Clint Kubiak is gone and Brian Fleury is the new play caller? They've tried to Clint, go ahead, take the head coaching job. We love you, man, but we're going to continue and keep your same offense. Brian Fleury, here's our playbook. Basically just adopt this, my man. I don't care what you did with San Francisco. And we know that he was working under Kyle Shanahan and Clint Kubiak with his dad and the Shanahans and the Kubiak-Shanahan families, the two great outside run zone scheme, the same offense that they run. There's not a whole lot of differences. He knows what kind of offense Shanahan runs because he was with him, and he knows what kind of offense the Seahawks run. It's a very familiar one. For that reason, I don't think you see that Super Bowl offense hangover. I think Sam Darnold is awesome. I think he's been proving people wrong for 2 years now. There's no more really doubters to prove wrong, and the defense is elite. And I think Mike McDonald is a stud of a head coach. I think it's been proven with how dominant they've been on the road over the last 2 years. It's a team that travels well. They have no problem going cross-country, playing on the East Coast. I know they've got a pretty tough schedule. They're the defending Super Bowl champions. They got the target on their back. But, Brad, I think they find a way to get that 11th win this season. 11-6 or 12-5, I think the Seahawks finish.
I concur with you, Captain. Yes, America, we are not sleeping on Seattle, okay? I know I'm talking up the LA Rams. I know I'm speaking superlatives and making wild, ridiculous projections that possibly, they could go completely undefeated this year. But I'm not diminishing the impact of the Seattle team. I think they got a top 12 overall offense. I think they have a borderline top 5 overall defense. I've already said they have a top 10 offensive line. You look at the strength of schedule. Yes, it is the 4th hardest on paper. But Mike Lady ESPN gives his team a 60% or greater win probability in 13 games, Pat. I think 12 wins will be the final number of dubs they collect, and all we need is 11 to score a winner chicken dinner at -125. So I'm with you, man. We are kumbaya. We are frolicking hand in hand in a patch of daisies. We're both over on the Seattle Seahawks 10.5 wins this year.
310-840-4910. We'll take your calls and we'll take your texts, your opinions on the Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champs. Are you worried about the offense with a new play caller? Do you think Clint Kubiak was the real hero of this team last year? Or do you think division be damned, target on their back be damned, the Seahawks are going to be a juggernaut yet again this year? We'll take your calls and texts, 310-840-4910, and we'll get to one of our favorite segments over the last couple of weeks, NFL Buying or BS Training Camp Edition. We've got more news and notes, the top storylines coming out of training camp that we'll hit you with hot and heavy when we come back. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Is Dallas going to be able to give George Pickens this huge extension that he will? Because again, if we're going to play this out and things are going to go great for George Pickens, he's going to be amazing this year. Can they even pay him? So you already have CeeDee Lamb saying it out loud. You need to pay this guy. To this point in the and this I think surprises people. It surprises me. It should surprise you if you're paying attention. The fact that George Pickens has not made any waves yet, I think, is one of the upsets of this century. Like, that would have been a massive underdog if BetMGM were to set that in a market, right? Will George Pickens publicly complain and be angry about the fact that he's playing this year under a one-year deal, right? Under the franchise, even if he's making a ton of money. He wants a long-term deal. We would all want the long-term deal if we were George Pickens. We can understand where he's coming from. And this was a guy that, despite his unbelievable talent and raw ability, the Pittsburgh Steelers said, you know what? We can't deal with this anymore. We'll take a 3rd-round pick. You take him off our hands. A powder keg, potentially. I'm being serious. And I love the Cowboys heading into this year. Would anyone really be shocked if this turned into an issue? Either today or by October, by Halloween, trade deadline. I'm not insinuating the Cowboys will trade him. Just that, as the season goes along, if Pickens is playing great, you don't think there might be some acrimony here? Especially as he watches other players get, whether it's deserved or not, and it is, in the case of Quinnen Williams. Williams deserves that money. He's been great. Dallas made the investment in him. Good piece of business by Dallas and a good piece of business by the Jets in that trade. He deserves the money. Think George Pickens cares? Here's a better question. Would you care if it were you? Miami's upside is not to win the Eastern Conference. They don't have enough to do that. Now, they can be a playoff team. They could win a series. That maybe they could even get to the Eastern Conference final. Like, they're not beating the Sixers. They're not beating the Knicks. I wouldn't take them to beat the Pacers with a healthy Tyrese Halliburton. I think I would take the Celtics over them in a playoff series. So, yeah, like Miami, if you're a Heat fan, you should be excited. You have Giannis. Giannis is still awesome. He's still one of the best players in the league. But basketball's a team sport. The Knicks just proved that. And I don't think Miami has the horses to potentially win a championship this season or really even come close.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Brad, let's get to a little NFL buying or BS training camp edition.
Yeah.
For the folks that have missed this segment over the last couple of weeks, especially before you and I took our vacation, what is the premise? And then go ahead and you give me your favorite first one to roll the dice with here.
Yeah, there's a lot of news. It's coming off the wire, just flying off the wire every single day. Some of it's injury related, some of it's the rumor mill churning, some of it's just blatant observation for the boots on the ground. A lot of hyperbole that is out there. So we're gonna give you a news bite, and then I wrote a sentence in relation to that little news bite, and then I'm gonna flat out ask you, buying or BS, based on the statement that I wrote. We'll have a conversation about it, and if we have time, we'll do another one. So with that being said, I'm going to go to my guy from the ILL, and I'm always getting down a little Chase Brown. Oh, there's the maple syrup on the shelf behind me for those of you who are watching on YouTube. The pride of old Canada. University of Illinois actually sent me a bottle of maple syrup during his senior year as a propaganda for me to talk more about Chase Brown on the national airwaves. Of course, I obliged, and I'm doing so again right now as a member of the Cincinnati Bengals. So here's the news on the starting running back for the Cincinnati Bengals. According to beat writer reports, Chase Brown has logged significant snaps in the slot position as a receiver in Bengals training camp. So buying or BS, Pat, this time next season, Chase Brown will be a popular top 5 overall pick in points per reception fantasy draft. So what do you say? Buying or BS?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's pretty exciting news for fans of Chase Brown like you and Bengals fans that they are adding more versatility into his game. But I think this is BS in the sense that you are putting about the highest bar that you possibly could on Chase Brown. Top 5 overall pick? I just don't see it happening. I don't. I'm sorry. Look, let's not forget who else is on this Cincinnati offense. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Right, arguably the number 1 receiver in all of football, and arguably the best wide receiver 2 in all of football. So, I mean, let's just go through Chase Brown's numbers from a season ago: 1,019 rushing yards, 6 touchdowns, and then 69 catches, 437 receiving yards, and 5 touchdowns. So 1,400 yards from scrimmage, 11 total touchdowns, and nearly 70 grabs. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good.
Really good.
And Brett, off the top of my
Really
head
good.
here, Chase Brown is ADP right now is number 15. So he's not far out of the top 10. But to crack the top 5, I mean, we're talking Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Jamar Chase, his teammate, Puka Nacua, and JSN territory. I just don't think Chase Brown is getting into that territory. So I'm going to say BS, but I appreciate you putting a very, very high bar on him for not only this year, but potentially next season.
Naturally, I am going to be buying this. I think he will be in the conversation, possibly as the number 1 overall pick in fantasy drafts. Right there in league company with Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wow.
You mentioned Jamar Chase, a healthy Puka Nacua as well. Maybe a JSN, maybe a Justin Jefferson. I mean, there was a lot of viable candidates, but Brown ain't going to lead the field, man. What does their depth look like on the chart? Well, their RB2 is Samaje Perine. He may play like 5 to 8 snaps. Not even get touches. We're talking snaps on a week in, week out basis. It could be 80 grabs for Chase Brown. He is going to be a fixture at the goal line inside red zone situations, which his team should really thrive on with all the chain movers that they have. The schedule I'm not overly intimidated by. The offensive line, yeah, okay, that's a concern. Could be a bottom 5 unit there, but the defense should be much improved. What does that do? It increases positive game script. So he's a guy that could really clean up as a receiver over 3 quarters of play, come in the fourth quarter and pound and salt the clock away. Banner campaign on tap for Chase Brown this upcoming season. 1,500 combined yards, maybe as many as 15 touchdowns, maybe as many as 80 grabs. If he reaches those lofty totals that I'm tossing out like a madman right now, he will be in the top 5 overall conversation in points per reception leagues this time next year. Pat, all I got to say to you, my man, is believe in Brown and get down with me. And honestly, I kind of like the Bengals as well. I've said this before. They're a legitimate dark horse in the AFC. If they can galvanize and put it all together, maybe they're the team that best Baltimore in this division. Maybe they're the team that competes against the Denver Broncos, who I believe are going to represent in Los Angeles in the Super Bowl at SoFi Stadium and the AFC. So what are your general thoughts on Cincinnati? Are you buying that this team could oust the Baltimore Ravens and take the title in this division?
Yeah, no, they're my pick. They're my pick to win the division. It's not official yet. That moment will come for both of us to make official division winner predictions and playoff predictions and Super Bowl winners and whatnot. I know you've already basically said the Rams, and that was some months ago, so you're not gonna, trust me, you got that puppy in from like March and April. But no, I think depending on how training camp goes, assuming they don't have any devastating injuries, I think the Bengals are going to win this division. I think this is the year where the defense is finally improved. I like the offseason additions they made, including Sexy Dexy. And I think this is the year that Joe Burrow stays healthy because it's an even number year. And Joe Burrow has stayed healthy on even number years, if my memory serves me correct. He gets hurt on the odd number years. It's an even number year, just like when the San Francisco Giants would win the World Series on even numbered years. Joe Burrow stays healthy on even numbered years. And so I think the Cincinnati Bengals will win the AFC North. I agree with you. I'm buying the Bengals this season.
By the way, they like even numbers, odd numbers. This is before your time, but you're a sports historian. Remember Brett Saberhagen of the Kansas City Royals? Like he had awesome years, like Cy Young caliber years. I think they were on even years. Odd years, the ERA sky high. It was just the oddest, most bizarre thing that I recall from my youth in baseball history. Brett Saberhagen, shout out to you, my man.
Sabermetrics. Is that where they got Sabermetrics from Brett Saberhagen?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think so. Monty's a numbers nerd like yours truly. Monty, do you know the history, the origin story of sabermetrics and where they coined that term? Is it related to Brett Saberhagen?
I have no idea.
I do. So apparently, sabermetrics comes from the acronym SABR, SABR, which stands for the Society for American Baseball Research. There you go. Well,
there you go.
No worries. Here's a cheers to you, Brett Saberhagen. And Brett, here's a cheers to you, brother. We'll bid you adieu, but can't wait for a big Wednesday hump day with you tomorrow, my man.
Adios, amigos.
Coming up next, NBA opening night has been released, and Adam Silver's taking a FIFA approach, a matinee on opening night. We'll talk about it next. BetMGM tonight.
You know, I thought the Phillies, and the more and more I think about it, I have problems with that. You want to know why I have problems with that, Nick? They can't hit. I don't trust their lineup. And they don't hit Dodger pitching. The team that I'm actually circling, Atlanta.
Okay.
And Milwaukee would be the team. Milwaukee's the team, the profile. The odds would say they're the team with Mizorowski. I think as far as like beating the Dodgers, we've seen the Braves do it. I know 2021 is a long, long time ago. They accomplished the goal, and they hit velocity. That to me is kind of the pathway the more and more I think about it, where it's like, hey, you're going to have to be able to score runs against the Dodgers. I don't trust Philly to do it. I know Milwaukee's in the neck. They put the ball in play. Too much PTSD from last year. Maybe it's the Braves as the team that's going to knock off LA. And here's my take on the Dodgers, too. If they're going to get knocked off, it will be in the National League. Because if they find their way to a World Series and they could sniff it, they could taste it, they're 4 wins away from a three-peat, they are not going to be denied. If you're going to get them, you're going to get them early, period.
If Embiid and LeBron, if they're healthy come playoff time, the Sixers are a big problem. And a potential big problem for my Knicks. Because the upside of that team is to win a championship in year one. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm not going to pick them or bet them to win the championship. But I think you're nuts if you don't think that's in the range of outcomes. And I guarantee, The Rock guarantees that you are going to hear and you are going to read and you are going to see a lot of people say, well, they can't win in year one. Look what happened in Miami year one. Made the finals and got blistered by the Mavericks in the finals. It's going to take time for all of it to come together. And next year, maybe, the Sixers can win a championship. To which I say, poppycock. They can win it this year. Now, you need Embiid to be healthy and you need LeBron to be healthy. It's not impossible that happens, even if it's unlikely. And if that happens, they can win the championship.
Of the plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans for the night, and that means you heard the man. It's now BetMGM Tonight, After Dark. Final 2 hours, solo hours, every night during the week, taking you till 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. So that means hour number 4 of this Tuesday night show kicks off right now. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. It's been a great show so far. A lot of football, talking about the Vikings naming Kyler Murray their starting quarterback already. Only 2 weeks into training camp. They've yet to play a preseason game. I think that's a massive mistake. Not that he wasn't going to be quarterback one either way, but, I mean, come on. For a guy that had to have a clause put in his contract to watch more film because he's too busy playing Call of Duty, and his leadership skills and his professionalism was questioned by the Arizona Cardinals, rightfully so. This is his first year with the Vikings, and they're just going to gift him. They're going to give him the starting quarterback job, not even make him earn it, not make him compete with J.J. McCarthy. As bad as you might think J.J. McCarthy is, at least make Kyler Murray earn it. I thought that was a big mistake today, naming him the starting quarterback that freaking early. And while I do think Kevin O'Connell can resurrect Kyler Murray's career because they've got great weapons, they've got Justin Jefferson, they've got Jordan Addison, they've got TJ Hawkinson, they got a halfway decent run game and a halfway decent offensive line. Kevin O'Connell got the best out of Sam Darnold. I do think it's time to stop putting Kevin O'Connell in the best head coaches in the NFL conversation. Because look what Clint Kubiak did with Sam Darnold last year. They won a freaking Super Bowl. He had an even better season than he did with the Vikings. And yeah, in 2023, Kevin O'Connell gets 13 wins with the Vikings, and Kirk Cousins wins in the division. But also had some pretty big whiffs. You know, last year, J.J. McCarthy, is that all the fault? Is that none of the fault of Kevin O'Connell? Oh, it's just J.J. McCarthy just flat out stinks. Not even Kevin O'Connell could save him. Because last year, he was getting a whole lot of praise. Look what he did with Sam Darnold. Kevin O'Connell saved Sam Darnold's career. Really? I mean, yes, in some ways, absolutely. But then Sam Darnold went to Seattle and won a Super Bowl. And so I think a little bit of that glazing, if you will, of Kevin O'Connell probably should have been dusted off after what Sam Darnold did last year with Seattle. And so if this thing doesn't work this year with Kyler Murray, is it, hey, Kyler Murray just stinks. It's not Kevin O'Connell. He could do no wrong. I think this is, dare I say it, a make or break year for Kevin O'Connell. They fired the GM in the offseason, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah. They bring in a new GM who comes over from Seattle. How much loyalty would he have to Kevin O'Connell if things go sideways and Kyler Murray doesn't do well and the team falls apart? So it's a big year, not only for Kyler Murray, his career is on the line, but it's also a big year for Kevin O'Connell. And I just think giving Kyler Murray the starting job right out of the gate was a mistake. So we talk about that to begin the show. We previewed the NFC West. We talked to Andrew Destin, who covers the Seahawks for the Associated Press. If you want to join the show and talk any football, the phone lines are open for you at 310-840-4910. But I want to switch up here and talk a little basketball, baby, because opening night for the NBA is set. Just over 2 months from now, my New York Knicks, the defending NBA champion New York Knicks, are, of course, going to host LeBron James and Jaylen Brown and the new look vaunted Philadelphia 76ers at Madison Square Garden. Tuesday, October 20th, 7 p.m. Eastern. I cannot wait to watch the banner be unfurled. I cannot wait to watch the rings be presented. I cannot wait to, I don't know, they already presented Jalen Brunson with his NBA Finals MVP trophy, but hopefully, put that in the arena. Put that for everybody to see and witness, Becky Hammon and everybody else, and make sure you remember all the slander, all the doubt that was cast upon Jalen Brunson and the Knicks just a couple of months ago, that they had no chance to beat Wemby and the Spurs. I just want everybody to remember. 4 months is a lot. From June to October, that's a lot of time for people to forget just how historic of a run the Knicks went on to win the NBA title. So I want everybody to remember. And I want LeBron James to see it. I want him to see the finals. I want him to see the Larry O'Brien. Something that, yes, he has gotten his hand on 4 times. But something that he hasn't gotten his hands on in 6 years, going on 7 years come next spring. And this is his last best chance. This is his last chance to do it. It's his last chance to do it. At a run and join the 76ers. And again, I don't blame LeBron for joining. But, now he's coming to the Garden. And now the Sixers are the biggest threat to my New York Knicks. And so I cannot wait for opening night. And the Knicks are going to lay the smack down on Philadelphia. It's going to be their first game playing together with LeBron and Jaylen Brown and Maxey. And we'll see if Joel Embiid even suits up that night. Who knows? Maybe his fingernail will break off and he'll have to, load manage for the first 10 games of the season. But they're not going to have any chemistry. Because how much are those guys going to play in the preseason? Let's be honest. Come on. So the Knicks of the entire, not the entire, Mitchell Robinson will be missing, Ariel Huckporty, and they're sorely missed. Don't get me wrong, but it's Brunson, it's Cat, it's Bridges, it's OG, it's Josh Hart. And the Knicks coming off a title run in the Garden, delirium. Place is going to be going berserk. And the energy, it won't match what it was like in June in the NBA Finals, but it'll be pretty damn close. Because the Knicks had to close that out on the road. So you have 4 months of Knicks fans, yours truly included, and I won't be in the building. I'm not paying, probably going to be $800 to get in price, especially now that they're the champions. My God. I'll be here doing the show. I cannot wait. But the energy, the Knicks, they're going to use the chemistry that they already have, and the Sixers trying to build chemistry on the fly. The Knicks are going to pound them. The Knicks are going to absolutely destroy them. So I cannot wait personally for Tuesday, October 20th. And I thought for these 2 games, these primetime games, they were layups, but 10 out of 10 to Adam Silver in the NBA. And then the nightcap is also a layup, and kudos to the NBA for not screwing it up. And it's a rematch of the Western Conference Finals. It's SGA, the 2-time reigning MVP, and the Oklahoma City Thunder, the 2025 NBA champions, going back to San Antonio to play Wemby and the Spurs at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Easy. I mean, there never been an easier selection for 2 games for opening night. Never been an easier choice. And I think the Thunder, coming off the disappointment of last year and J-Dub being hurt for the majority of the season, Chet Holmgren at times was banged up and then got embarrassed on basically a nightly basis by Victor Wembanyama. And then Wemby and the Spurs coming off the disappointment of losing in the NBA Finals, but such a young team now ready to take the mantle, ready to not, they took the throne away from the Thunder, but now trying to keep it, trying to establish themselves as the best team. I mean, a team that could win 68 games this year. Easy choice. But more importantly, in my opinion, what made the bigger headlines was something that kind of just got stuck in there after we got the initial tweet. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 a.m. Eastern. As I'm getting out of bed, I see Sham's tweet, opening night set, Knicks Sixers, and then Thunder Spurs. And then a couple minutes later, there was an addition. We're going to get a 3 p.m. Eastern matinee on opening night, which I guess is now opening day. This is a Tuesday in October. And forgive me if I'm forgetting anything here. I don't think there's any holidays in October that are falling around that time. So you just got a straight up Tuesday afternoon game to kick off the NBA season between the Boston Celtics, who no longer have Jaylen Brown, and they now have Paul George, going to Detroit to take on the Pistons with Cade Cunningham, 2 teams that are in that second tier of contenders behind the Knicks and the Sixers. Contenders for the Eastern Conference. Pistons, great year last year, number 1 seed, but I was saying it for months. They're fraudulent. They're going to get exposed, and sure enough, they did. And now the Celtics, I mean, my God, did somebody wake Brad Stevens up from whatever state he was in when he decided to press send on that trade? Giving the Sixers Jaylen Brown and only getting back Paul George and a couple of first-round draft picks 5 years from now? Did somebody wake up Brad Stevens yet? Is he awake? So, you could probably have picked any game between 2 teams that are, playoff contenders. Like you could have picked you could have thrown the Cavaliers in there. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals a year ago. You could have picked the Golden State Warriors, even though they're not title contenders in my opinion, especially since they didn't sign LeBron. It's still Steph Curry. He's always going to drive ratings. But then again, for a 3 p.m. Eastern game, felt like it had to be 2 teams in the East. You could have done the Denver Nuggets. You could have done the Minnesota Timberwolves with LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards. Celtics Pistons, but 3 p.m. Eastern. And I'll tell you why the NBA is doing this. And I'll tell you why, in my shoes, I'm happy about it. But if I worked a normal 9 to 5, I'd be infuriated. The NBA's taken the FIFA approach here. That's why the Celtics and the Pistons are playing at 3 p.m. Eastern on opening day. The FIFA World Cup got tremendous ratings. Incredible. It was a spectacle. I loved every single moment of it. And yeah, throughout the group stage, you had games going on all day long. But I think Adam Silver, or whoever came up with this idea to have the Celtics and Pistons play at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, local time, right? Detroit's not an hour behind, are they? Either way. Yeah, Detroit's Eastern Standard Time. So 3 o'clock in the afternoon, local time. I mean, it's a noon tip-off if you live in the West Coast and you're an NBA fan. Adam Silver got this idea when the FIFA World Cup reached the semifinal stage. And you had those back-to-back games, the Tuesday between Spain and France, and the Wednesday between England and Argentina. Both of those games, 3 o'clock Eastern, both of those games did incredible numbers in terms of their ratings. Now, I understand why FIFA did it. And they mapped out these times ahead of the tournament. It's not like they decided, when the semifinals were set, all right, this is when we're going to have these games get played. They had it mapped out ahead of time because FIFA's expecting at least a couple of European teams to be in the semifinals. And they were right. They got 3 of them. I mean, 3 of the top 4 teams in the world were from Europe. England, Spain, France. That's 9 o'clock at night. FIFA knows that they've got to cater to an audience in the rest of the world. But the ratings here in the United States, in U.S. TV, were awesome. It was phenomenal. And I think that's where Adam Silver got this idea. He said, whoa, people in the U.S., this is for soccer. They like the World Cup so much that you had millions of people, whether it was staying home, whether it was people that work from home, whether it was people that are part-time workers, or whether it was people that are diehard soccer fans and it's the summer and they said, screw it, I'll take off. Take a couple days here. I want to watch these semifinals. I want to watch these games. People that, maybe people that have Spanish heritage, people that have French heritage, English heritage. Argentina, I think they're an hour behind or an hour ahead either way. So it was an afternoon game for those folks. But I mean, come on, for the country of Argentina and people that are Argentine. I have a friend that I played soccer with in high school. He's from Argentina. I mean, he could have had the most important job interview of his life on that day. He was skipping it to watch that game. So I think Adam Silver said, well, if people in the U.S. were loving soccer that much that they'll watch a game at 3 o'clock Eastern time, let's try it out. Let's try it out and see what happens. And let's pick 2 teams that are in the East that play on the Eastern time zone. And let's see what kind of ratings we get for opening day. Let's try it. And again, I do a show from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. We have our pre-show meeting a couple hours before the show every day for like 15 minutes or so. Other than that, I go to the gym usually around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, local time here on the East Coast. So usually I'm just getting ready for the show. I'm preparing for the show. And when it was during the World Cup, we're talking about it every day. It's basically homework. It's extended show prep. I'm watching the games, even if I didn't want to. I'm watching them for the show. I love this. I love it as a sports talk host that does a show from 6 to 11. Don't get me wrong. I love being on the air during games, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge to be on the air during games. I don't mind when there's games on at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Because I get to watch it uninterrupted. And it's homework for me. It's homework for me. So I love it. I love that the NBA is trying this out. But I'm not everybody. I'm not the majority of people. The majority of people that work a 9-to-5 job. And when I say majority, I know there's plenty of you that are listening right now that maybe you're working the night shift or you're on your way to work or, you work part-time or you work a couple of days during the week, couple days on, couple days off. You work in a hospital, you're police officer, firefighter, whatever. There's, thousands, millions of people that have those jobs. So, but the majority of people that live in this country and that listen to sports talk most likely work a 9-to-5 job. If I was one of those people, I would hate this. Because for me, I don't want to have to I don't want to be put in an uncomfortable position to where I can't watch my team or I can't watch the sport that I love. So if I work a 9-to-5, unless I'm a diehard Celtics or a diehard Pistons fan, I'm not taking off from work. Adam Silver wants to put games in the middle of the afternoon because you've already got 2 games in prime time. Oh, let's throw another one in there. And then let's say, hey, on opening day, 25 million people, probably not that many, 15 million people watch the Knicks and the Sixers. 12 million people watch the Thunder and the Spurs. But 5 million people watch the Celtics and the Pistons. And that means over 30 million people tuned in to watch opening day for the NBA season. And if there was enough people that would watch the World Cup in the middle of the afternoon, there's probably enough people that love the NBA. There's enough Celtics fans. There's enough Pistons fans. There's enough part-time workers. There's enough people that work at night. There's enough people that have some days during the middle of the week off that'll watch this game. And if we get 5 million, 6 million, 7 million people to tune in and watch this game, we'll start experimenting with some more matinee games during the week. Why not? Baseball does it. Baseball has success. The NFL will never do it. Never. Not in a million years. Hockey, I think, is this year, if I'm not mistaken, hockey's rolled out some matinee games. Now, I don't know if those are in the States. I know they're doing a bunch of European games, the NHL. I don't know off the top of my head if the NHL is having just regular home games that are afternoon puck drops in the middle of the week. And so, again, in my position, somebody that works from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, I'm on the air from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. I love this. And as a sports fan, I love this because I'm not on the air. I'm not currently actively working while this game's going to be played between the Celtics and the Pistons. I can watch it uninterrupted. If I worked the 9 to 5, I'd probably hate it. If I'm a diehard Celtics fan or a diehard Pistons fan that has a normal, office job, I'm pissed. Because now what? I got to take off work on opening day to watch my team? Opening day. It should be opening night. Now you've turned it into opening day. I hate this if I'm a normal 9 to 5 worker, Pistons, Celtics fan. But Pat Boyle loves it. So I understand I don't have the same working hours as the majority of folks living in this country in North America here. But realize that the NBA is taking this approach because of the FIFA World Cup. I don't think this would have ever been a possibility if not for the rating success that the FIFA World Cup, especially those semifinal games, those Tuesday, Wednesday semifinal games between Spain and France and England, Argentina, which are played at 3 o'clock Eastern, the rating success that they had, that's the reason the NBA is doing Celtics Pistons 3 o'clock Eastern on the first day of the season. A couple of other games that have already been released on the schedule as well. You got Giannis. He'll make his debut with the Heat against the Minnesota Timberwolves, their new look team with Anthony Edwards and LaMelo Ball. That is the day after. You'll have the Warriors, Steph Curry, Draymond, Jimmy Butler, Kristaps Porzingis playing at the Lakers. No LeBron. It's Luka. It's Austin Reeves, the new Lakers that they've added to that team. Walker Kessler. That's also the second day of the season. And then you got the Cavaliers at the Sixers. So you get LeBron in Philly for his home opener against his former team, his hometown team, the Cavaliers, on the third day of the season, and the Nuggets at the Thunder. They've also put out, they've even gone as far as October 23rd, which would be the first Friday of the NBA season. Knicks at the Celtics, and then the Rockets at the Spurs. And then we got the Christmas Day schedule, which, if you remember last year, NBA's Christmas Day schedule beat the NFL because the NFL games were so terrible. They were so terrible that when the schedule came out, it was Cowboys, Commanders, Lions, Vikings, Broncos, Chiefs, and we're like, oh my God, the NFL is unstoppable. And then we get to Christmas, and the Commanders stink, and Jaden Daniels is hurt. The Vikings stink, and they end up winning the game anyway with Max Brosmer. And Patrick Mahomes is out for the season. The Chiefs are terrible, and Broncos had almost nothing to play for. And the NBA Christmas Day schedule rocked, and it was awesome. Rare win. So you'll get your typical 5-day Christmas Day schedule. It'll be LeBron and the Sixers taking on the Lakers. Spurs, Knicks, finals rematch. Heat, Celtics. Thunder, Wolves, and Nuggets, Warriors. But man, opening night, Knicks, Sixers at the Garden. You got the Western Conference Finals rematch between the Spurs and the Thunder. And then again, me personally, I love that you've got Celtics, Pistons at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But if I was a normal 9 to 5 working man, I would probably hate it. But because of the success of the World Cup, that's why you've got a 3 o'clock Eastern afternoon game on the first day of the NBA season. 310-840-4910. That's the number to join the show. 310-840-4910. Coming up, Quinnen Williams gets paid. And why the Cowboys still find ways to mess it up. I'll explain when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
And I will say this off the bat. If I'm wrong here and the Jets stink again and they're going to bottom out, which, by the way, you can make a case that's not the worst thing for the team, given they have 3 first-round picks and would get their quarterback of the future, like you would think so, next year in the 2027 NFL draft. The way it goes wrong is if Aaron Glenn's as bad as he was last year, and Frank Reich, who's calling the offense, who, to be fair, was brutal in his last couple stops as an NFL play caller. Remember what happened in Carolina? Didn't even make it one season in Bryce Young's rookie year. If Aaron Glenn stinks and Frank Reich stinks, that's how this is going to go poorly. My thing with the Jets, though, and I would encourage you to do this, look at the players on their roster. Like, they have a lot of good players. The offensive line is going to be, at worst, above average. Maybe it's just slightly above average, but it's not going to be bad, barring injury. Fashanu, I like at tackle, and the other Armand Membu might be the best player on offense per reports at training camp. They have 2 solid young bookend tackles, and I like the interior of the line. Garrett Wilson's a stud. Breece Hall's a stud. You know I like the upside of A.D. Mitchell. Omar Cooper in the first round from Indiana catching the football. Mason Taylor, last year's second-round pick at tight end. Kenyon Sadiq, this year's first-round pick at tight end, battling an injury right now. Maybe he doesn't make an impact early in the season, but I think he should make an impact as the season goes along. David Bailey, the second overall pick in the draft, has looked amazing per all the reports at Jets camp. Imagine if he can get after the quarterback, and he has a good year rushing the passer. To go along with Joseph Asai and David Onyemata and the trade for Devondre Sweat. Minkah Fitzpatrick, Nashawn Wright coming over at cornerback. D'Angelo Pons looks like an Aaron Glenn clone potentially, undersized cornerback who wants to get up in your face. They have good players. Like, the Jets are not the Miami Dolphins. And you can make the case that the Dolphins organizationally are on a better arc than the Jets. And that we don't know if Jeff Hafley's good or bad, and maybe you're convinced that Aaron Glenn is bad. But I'll tell you what, the Jets are not like the Dolphins. They are not, talent-wise, one of the worst teams in the league. And if Geno Smith can rediscover some of his Seattle form at quarterback, the Jets could win 8 games this year. They could win 9 games this year. Think about it. If Glenn and Reich are not disasters, this should be a team that come November is still in the playoff mix in the AFC. I am not suggesting that it's going to manifest this year in terms of wins and losses. The Raiders are in a tough spot. The division they play in is ridiculous. Like, it's really, really good. And while there is legitimate cause for excitement with Mendoza, Genti, Bowers, Tyler Linderbaum comes over to play center. We'll see if any of these wide receivers can step up. Malik Benson, like a late round rookie, is getting a lot of hype. There is reason for optimism. It's not going to happen this year in terms of wins and losses. It's just not. Like, they don't have enough talent on the roster. It's going to be all about if Fernando Mendoza, when he gets into the lineup, not if, but when Mendoza plays. If Mendoza shows that he can be #the guy, season's a success. And the other benchmark that I think we can look at for the Raiders in terms of success will be, is this a professional team? In the way they conduct themselves, in the way they handle their business. It's early. It's August 11th. A lot of time for this to go haywire, like it has, unfortunately, because I, as a football fan and as someone that talks about sports for a living, I want the Raiders to be good. The NFL is more fun when the Raiders are good. Are they going to be professional? Are they going to prevent the drama from happening? Not let things go haywire. Thus far in the process, I think we can all say it, off to a pretty good start under the leadership of Clint Kubiak.
BetMGM tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Taking your calls on the NBA opening night schedule being released. My New York Knicks, the NBA champion New York Knicks, taking on LeBron, Jaylen Brown, and the new look Sixers at the Garden, followed by the Spurs and the Thunder. But you get that 3 p.m. Eastern matinee game on opening night, which is now, I guess, opening day, between the Celtics and the Pistons in Detroit. And my take is that Adam Silver is taking the page straight out of the FIFA World Cup playbook after the great rating successes that those two semifinal games had, which were played Tuesday, Wednesday, both at 3 p.m. Eastern. Adam Silver said, let's try it. Let's try it. And me personally, I love it because I'm actively working from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And it's homework for me anyway, but I get to watch an NBA game on the first NBA game of the season, uninterrupted, not being on the air, which I love. It's a challenge though. Don't get me wrong. I love it. But if I was a regular 9 to 5 schmo, a Celtics fan in Boston or a Pistons fan in Detroit, I'd probably hate it. I don't want to take off from work. I got to take off from work just to watch the opening day? Come on. 310-840-4910. I want to switch it up, though, so we'll take your calls on that. Any of your thoughts on NBA opening day, especially that afternoon game, your thoughts on it. 310-840-4910. But I want to pivot here, talk some football. This is something that came down yesterday. We didn't get a chance to squeeze it in. We had a very busy show. But Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, they've dished out a nice big fat bag to Quinnen Williams. 3-year extension worth $106 million. It includes $101 million guaranteed. And Quinnen Williams is getting a signing bonus of over $31 million. So average annual value is $35.3 million. That is the second highest among defensive tackles in the NFL. Number one would be Jalen Carter, who just got paid last week by the Eagles. $38 million average annual value. Chris Jones is third. Dexter Lawrence, his new contract with the Bengals, is fourth. So my take is this. Good job in a vacuum. Good job in a vacuum by getting Quinnen Williams locked down. Because this is a guy, and I know Quinnen Williams can play as a defensive end, but he lines up mostly at defensive tackle, so that is most of the time where he will line up. And I know sometimes you will see him, though, play on the outside. Rarely, because he's an incredible run stopper, and for a guy that plays in the middle, the fact that he has had a couple of seasons where he's garnered at least 6 sacks, not to mention his 12-sack season back in 2022 with the Jets, he's a top 5 defensive tackle, and now he's getting paid like it. Not only that, he's 28. He'll be 29 in December. So you've got him paid through his ages 28, 29, 30, and then the end of his 31-year-old season. It's a good job by the Cowboys. They didn't waste time like they so often do with their other star players. Quinnen Williams last year Didn't have that great of a season. Between the 15 games combined he played with the Jets and the Cowboys, he had just 2.5 sacks, and he had 53 tackles, which was the third lowest of his career and second lowest since his rookie season. He did have 3 forced fumbles, though. And, let's not forget, the Cowboys' season was dead and buried for the final 4 weeks of the year. And Quinnen Williams didn't generate a sack in any of those final 3 games that he played. But this Cowboys defense has been terrible, and this is a big year for them. They added Kobe Durant as well. They draft Caleb Downs. That was my favorite draft pick of the entire draft. I'm still, as much as a Giant fan as I am, I still can't get over that draft night, me going nuts here on the show when the Giants passed on Caleb Downs not once, but twice. And so you've locked in one of the best defensive tackles in football. He signed through 2030. And after you traded 2 first-round draft picks for him, yeah, you had to get him paid. You had to get him paid sooner rather than later. What the part that I can't get over, though, and this is where I don't want to sound like a Cowboys hater. I don't want to sound like another one of those sports talk radio hosts that comes on and pokes fun at Jerry Jones or Stephen Jones or the Cowboys because it's the easy thing to do. But man, you still could have Micah Parsons on this team. You still could have Micah Parsons. And the 2 first-round draft picks that you got from the Green Bay Packers, you then traded 2 first-round draft picks to the Jets for a defensive tackle. Ask yourself this question. Who would you rather have right now? Right now, at this moment in time. I'll even give Quinnen Williams the benefit of the doubt here. He's not coming off of a torn ACL. Micah Parsons is, and he's not going to play him probably until at least week 5. Micah Parsons is 27. He'll be 28 not until next May. So he'll be 27 all season long. Quinnen Williams is a year and a half older. Who would you rather have right now? Micah Parsons or Quinnen Williams? It's a no-brainer for me. It's Micah Parsons. And so I know, I get it. Sooner or later, you got to let it go, right? Maybe I should just let it go, but I can't. I can't let go what was such a stupid, moronic trade last summer by Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, trading Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers and then watching their defense look like a circus and get stepped on and walked all over. They would have made the playoffs if they had Micah Parsons. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that for free. The Dallas Cowboys would have made the playoffs last year if they had Micah Parsons because they essentially had they did have a top 3 offense. At one point, the offense was number 1, points per game and yards per game, up until the final couple of games of the season when they were mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. But they were on the verge of becoming the first team in NFL history to have the number 1 offense and the worst defense. The Cowboys finished 7-9-1, and Week 18 was meaningless. They didn't even play anybody against the Giants. They were 7-8-1 going into the final game of the season. There's no war in football, but I know that Micah Parsons, as a top 5 pass rusher in football, he's probably worth at least a win. At least. And with how bad their defense was and how many flaws he masked that were then exposed this past season, I can make the argument Micah Parsons is probably worth 2 wins. 7-9-1, all of a sudden 9-7-1. And again, if they're playing for something Week 18 against the Giants, just like they've done every other time for the last decade, the Cowboys probably would have crushed them. It would have been a playoff team. I won't mince words. The Cowboys are a playoff team a year ago if Micah Parsons is still on the team. So, yeah, excuse me for not being able to get over what was such a dumb trade a year ago, this time last summer. I won't get over it. This was a massive mistake. And Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and the entire Cowboys front office, they know it, whether they'll ever admit to it or not. Whether they'll ever admit to it or not. They had such a dynamite juggernaut offense last year. All you needed was a respectable, a non-doormat defense, and you would have made the playoffs. Nope. Jerry Jones needed to prove that he's the man in charge. That he's the one that plays hardball, not the other way around. And so again, you got 2 first-round draft picks back for Micah Parsons, and you traded 2 first-round draft picks to get Quinnen Williams. And the difference in salaries, I know Micah Parsons got paid last year, and so you add another year on top of that, an increased salary cap. Micah Parsons, maybe if he gets paid this offseason, maybe it's close to $50 million a year. It's an average annual value of $47 million for Micah Parsons. That's what he got for the Green Bay Packers. And the Cowboys now have dished out an average annual value of $35 million for a defensive tackle in Quinnen Williams. Couldn't take those extra $12 million a year and spend it on one of the premier pass rushers in the game? Because you've essentially netted 0 on the draft picks. You got 2, you sent out 2. You got 2 for Micah Parsons, you sent out 2 for Quinnen Williams. So $12 million a year extra. You could have kept Micah Parsons. I just want everybody to realize what the Cowboys have now effectively done now that we can just about close the door. I know that there's draft picks that they've used since, but we can effectively close the door now on the Micah Parsons trade. Cowboys dished out 2 first-rounders for Quinnen Williams. The Cowboys got 2 first-rounders for Micah Parsons. They've now paid Quinnen Williams over $35 million a year. The Packers paid Micah Parsons $47 million a year. So again, you've essentially netted saving $12 million a year to have a defensive tackle who, again, top 5, probably, coming off a bad year. I'd still say Quinnen Williams is probably the 5th best defensive tackle in football versus having a top 5 pass rusher. I don't think that's a trade that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones are living down anytime soon. How bad that Micah Parsons trade really was. And the fact that they didn't pay him. That's really it. It's not like they got fleeced in the trade. I don't want to make it sound like that, but the fact that they couldn't agree to pay Micah Parsons and then traded him, and then their defense was as bad as they were, and then they turn around and dish out 2 first-round draft picks in a year that they don't even make the playoffs in and get Quinnen Williams, and they pay him a big bag. That's not good business. That's not a good return on your investment. And I know Jerry Jones is a good businessman, but man, he screwed up that trade. 310-840-4910. That's the number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, how about a little Boyle at the box office? I saw The Odyssey last weekend. I'll give you my thoughts on it. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Is Dallas going to be able to give George Pickens this huge extension? That he will, because again, if we're going to play this out and things are going to go great for George Pickens, he's going to be amazing this year. Can they even pay him? So you already have CeeDee Lamb saying it out loud. You need to pay this guy. To this point in the, and this I think surprises people. It surprises me. It should surprise you if you're paying attention. The fact that George Pickens has not made any waves yet, I think, is one of the upsets of this century. Like, that would have been a massive underdog if BetMGM were to set that in a market, right? Will George Pickens publicly complain and be angry about the fact that he's playing this year under a 1-year deal, right? Under the French, even if he's making a ton of money. He wants a long-term deal. We would all want the long-term deal if we were George Pickens. We can understand where he's coming from. And this was a guy that, despite his unbelievable talent and raw ability, the Pittsburgh Steelers said, you know what? We can't deal with this anymore. We'll take a third-round pick. You take him off our hands. A powder keg, potentially. I'm being serious. And I love the Cowboys heading into this year. Would anyone really be shocked if this turned into an issue? Either today or by October, by Halloween, trade deadline. I'm not insinuating the Cowboys will trade him. Just that, as the season goes along, if Pickens is playing great, you don't think there might be some acrimony here? Especially as he watches other players get, whether it's deserved or not, and it is, in the case of Quinnen Williams. Williams deserves that money. He's been great. Dallas made the investment in him. Good piece of business by Dallas and a good piece of business by the Jets in that trade. He deserves the money. Think George Pickens cares? Here's a better question. Would you care if it were you? Miami's upside is not to win the Eastern Conference. They don't have enough to do that. Now, they can be a playoff team. They could win a series. That maybe they could even get to the Eastern Conference final. Like, they're not beating the Sixers. They're not beating the Knicks. I wouldn't take them to beat the Pacers with a healthy Tyrese Halliburton. I think I would take the Celtics over them in a playoff series. So, yeah, like Miami, if you're a Heat fan, you should be excited. You have Giannis. Giannis is still awesome. He's still one of the best players in the league. But basketball's a team sport. The Knicks just proved that. And I don't think Miami has the horses to potentially win a championship this season or really even come close.
BetMGM tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Take your calls, take your texts. You could also tweet me at PatBoyle44. Figured why not? Well, Boyle at the box office. Maybe this is something we'll have to turn into a regular theme. I've been watching a lot more movies lately. I watched that movie on Apple TV. I think it was Apple TV. called The Dink, which, as somebody that loves tennis, it was like everything that I feel in real life as somebody that, again, I never played tennis. I played baseball in high school. I played baseball in college. I never played tennis in an organized way, and obviously never played professionally, but I love tennis. I watch it almost every day. Love going to the U.S. Open every single year. Wish I could be a pro tennis player, because honestly, it's probably the greatest profession you could ever have. Like, greatest professional sports, if you make it, obviously. If you make it, it's the greatest thing. Every week you travel to the nicest cities in the world. It's always incredible weather. I wish I could die and come back as a professional tennis player that's like top 50 in the world. But anyway, the Dink, Jake Johnson, who I think he's very funny, hilarious. He plays a guy that is a former tennis player that breaks his wrist and never makes it. And so instead, he's basically just taken over his dad's country club. And then you have pickleballers come in. Anyway, that wasn't the point of the segment. So I watched that movie. I've been watching a lot of movies lately, but I did go to the theaters and I watched The Odyssey. And so I give you Boyle's review. Boyle at the box office, The Odyssey, Christopher Nolan, star-studded cast, Matt Damon, Anne Hathaway, Robert Pattinson, Zendaya, everybody. Everybody was in there. Charlize Theron. And there will be some spoilers, so I do apologize. I will say this just about the movie itself. Like, what's my review? What's my grade? I guess if we're going to do this segment, Boyle at the box office, it probably should end with a star rating, 1 out of 5. I'd probably give it a 4.3. I really liked it, thoroughly enjoyed it. It was 3 hours long, for those of you that don't know, for those of you that are considering seeing it, and I won't spoil too much, don't worry. And again, I mean, it's literally a freaking 1,000-year-old book, so all you got to do, I'm not giving too many spoilers. It doesn't stray away from what happens in the book, so tough to give a spoiler for something that's been out forever. But I enjoyed it. I thought it was really classic Christopher Nolan. For somebody that, like, one of my favorite movies and trilogies of all time is Christopher Nolan's Batman and The Dark Knight. I thought it followed a very similar sequence to those movies. Like, it's a very easy, like, he makes the plot easy to understand. He sets the characters and he sets the thing in motion pretty early on. It's got a great opening scene, as a lot of Christopher Nolan movies do. It's got a great, big, powerful score. The music, honestly, too loud. And I know some folks that saw it, and I didn't see it in IMAX. And I live here in Philly. Me and my girlfriend, we went to the Philadelphia Film Society. They've got like old-time cinematic movies, and we saw it in 35 millimeter film, which it wasn't IMAX. But more on that in a second. But I know some folks, some friends that saw it in IMAX, and like, dude, I think I'm deaf, because the sound blew my eardrums out of my skull. And it was very loud, but I think if you saw it in IMAX, I don't know, maybe it made it louder. It was deafeningly loud at times. Like, don't sit in the front. Don't sit in the front. You'll be deaf. But I just thought the ending for a movie that's 3 hours long and it's supposed to have this big heroic ending, I feel like it lacked a little bit of punch. It lacked a little bit of that oomph that I was looking for. I feel like it lacked a little bit of that oomph. But I feel like I game planned it incredibly well. I don't remember the last time I saw a movie that was this long. I mean, it's like basically 3 hours on the dot. I think it's like 3 hours and 10 minutes is like the official runtime. So you better game plan. And honestly, I kind of wish I did see it at like an IMAX theater or like an AMC theater with the reclining chair. I don't know. Maybe I would have fallen asleep. My girlfriend, she fell asleep. Corinne, she fell asleep for like the last 30 minutes. How do you fall asleep in the last 30 minutes? But the fact that we saw it at this old school Philadelphia Film Society theater, like, they had the old school chairs, the old school theater seats, not the recliners. You lay down, you basically like you're in a spaceship, and then you can order like a meal. Here, bring me a cocktail. No, these are the ones, like, I got to be honest, I was having some back pain. I was like, maybe I think we screwed up. We should have just saw it at an AMC. I think we messed up here. But that also kept me awake. I'm, rocking back and forth. I'm adjusting. I'm doing this. I'm adjusting, my schazole there in my pants. I got to do that a couple times. At one point, I almost had to like stand up, reposition everything. I thought I game planned it well though with the snacks. We did a medium popcorn. I got a bag of M&Ms, the peanut butter M&Ms, and then I got a bag of gummy worms. And that was my trifecta. That was my trilogy. And I had like my stations going. The little popcorn, for a couple minutes. Then I would do a couple of M&Ms. Then I would do a couple of gummy worms. I did run out of food with about an hour left, so that was unfortunate. But I thought I game planned it well. But yeah, overall, pretty damn good movie. I gotta admit though, the guy basically has an affair for 7 years, and he's eating the Lotus. He's getting high, and he's having an affair for 7 years, and I feel like that was crazy to me. And he comes back, and he's like the hero. And Anne Hathaway basically didn't touch anybody for 20 years. He's not a good guy. Odysseus, not a good guy. All right, hot or cold when we come back. This is BetMGM tonight.
I thought the Phillies, and the more and more I think about it, I have problems with that. You want to know why I have problems with that, Nick? They can't hit. I don't trust their lineup. And they don't hit Dodger pitching. The team that I'm actually circling, Atlanta.
Okay.
Milwaukee would be the team. Milwaukee's the team, the profile. The odds would say they're the team with Mizorowski. I think as far as like beating the Dodgers, we've seen the Braves do it. I know 2021 is a long, long time ago. They accomplished the goal, and they hit velocity. That to me is kind of the pathway the more and more I think about it, where it's like, hey, you're going to have to be able to score runs against the Dodgers. I don't trust Philly to do it. I know Milwaukee's in the neck. They put the ball in play. Too much PTSD from last year. Maybe it's the Braves as the team that's going to knock off LA. And here's my take on the Dodgers, too. If they're going to get knocked off, it will be in the National League. Because if they find their way to a World Series and they could sniff it, they could taste it, they're 4 wins away from a three-peat, they are not going to be denied. If you're going to get them, you're going to get them early, period.
If Embiid and LeBron, if they're healthy come playoff time, the Sixers are a big problem. And a potential big problem for my Knicks. Because the upside of that team is to win a championship in year one. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm not going to pick them or bet them to win the championship. But I think you're nuts if you don't think that's in the range of outcomes. And I guarantee, The Rock guarantees that you are going to hear and you are going to read and you are going to see a lot of people say, well, they can't win in year one. Look what happened in Miami year one. Made the finals and got blistered by the Mavericks in the finals. It's going to take time for all of it to come together. And next year, maybe, the Sixers can win a championship. To which I say, poppycock. They can win it this year. Now, you need Embiid to be healthy and you need LeBron to be healthy. It's not impossible that happens, even if it's unlikely. And if that happens, they can win the championship.
Opinions all the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Tuesday night get-together kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You heard the man with the big, sexy, powerful, booming voice that voices our intro, which is awesome, by the way. Nice new imaging. Great job to producer Brandon Combs. Kicks ass. Gets me fired up. It's electric. And it's now BetMGM Tonight After Dark, these final 2 hours. First 3 hours, I share with my co-host, Brad Evans. Final 2 hours, I got you all to myself. And in the final hour, we open up the phone lines for you. Anything you want to talk about. Anything we've discussed on the show today. Anything that is burning your door down. Anything that's digging at your craw. That was a really weird metaphor to use. I don't know why I said that. Anything you want to talk about, any question that's been on your mind, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. But we always kick off the final hour, or almost always kick off the final hour with a little hot or cold. So let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Combs, got to give you credit, man. Those new opens, the re-imaging you've worked on, the intros, the rejoins. I know we've got some more incredibly exciting stuff during football season that folks are going to be able to hear, really just enhancing the overall theme of the show. This is a show that's only been kicking since the new year, and I think we've made some great strides, and I cannot wait for football season. So I just want to give you your kudos because everything sounds phenomenal. But what's going on today, brother?
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate it. Look, you know what's going on today? Another Cubs win. Hopefully another Brewers loss. That would be phenomenal. Get to within 4 games of this division because the Cubs are coming back and winning this division. But yeah, no, it's been fun, man. We got football season kicking off. You and Brad are back at it 5 nights a week now. So new imaging, new sound. Figured it was time for something fresh heading into probably the best time of the year for most people, which is football season.
Yeah, but just really quickly, because we've been going at it on almost a daily basis about my New York Yankees and your Cubbies and the NL Central. So Cubbies 70 wins, 70 wins, man, incredible. 20 games above 500. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels good. Look, when your team's playing well and they're getting to where they need to get to, it's always the thing. It boggles my mind how the Milwaukee Brewers continue to be as good as they are, but there's nothing you can do about that. All you can do is control your own destiny, win your own games, and however many other games the other team wins, there's nothing you can do about that. But yeah, I mean, look, they're what 2 games behind or 1 game behind the Brewers, 2 games in the win column behind the Braves, and 4 games in the win column behind the Brewers. So with all the injuries and everything that they've gone through this season, I'll take this. I think this is a sign that had they been healthy all year, this team would probably be better than what they are now.
Yeah. By the way, before we start off hot or cold, how about a little update on our game that we play every day? Let's Go Streaking, where everybody picks a batter they think will correctly get a hit. I know my guy got a hit in his very first at bat. That was the Schwarbino, so that's 2 in a row for me. You've got Shohei Ohtani. That game is starting in about 5 minutes from now. Monty, that dirty dog, Michael Montgomery, talking up Junior Caminero, getting everybody excited, saying he might homer. What does he do? He homers in his first freaking at-bat. So Monty's got a streak now of 2 in a row, and I'm updating his record in our Let's Go Streaking.
It's the dash.
He called it.
You can't hold back the dash.
He literally called it. And then Brad, who's got the longest active streak, or did, he was looking for 5 in a row. He took my guy Benny Barrels, Rice Baby, Ben Rice. The Yankees are up 4-1 in the top of the 9th. So barring extra innings, Ben Rice 0 and Brad's streak is going to come to an end.
Oh, that's terrible. And I know Monty hates to hear that. Monty hates to hear that Brad's streak is coming to an end, because Monty's not competitive with any of this at all. So I know that he hates to hear that Brad's streak is ending.
No, Monty actively roots against us. So honestly, screw Monty. But also, he did say Junior Caminero was going to homer today. So I also love Monty in the same vein.
Yeah, I mean, if you followed him and you bet him, you love what Monty had to say about Junior Caminero. Which I did.
Monty says, "Nah, let's all win." Yeah. Let's all win, Monty. Until my season-long record in this competition is about to be better than yours, and then or my streak's up to 8, and then you're rooting for me to lose. Kick rocks.
So true. So true.
All right, Combs. Let's do a little hot or cold.
All right, let's do it. Hot or cold? Kyler Murray will have the best season of his career and throw for 4,000 plus yards under Kevin O'Connell.
Cold. I've been saying it since they made the move in the offseason. Today, we opened the show with the Vikings naming Kyler Murray the starting quarterback before they even play a preseason game. Look, I just don't think Kyler Murray is ever going to be the quarterback that he was in like year 2 and year 3 with the Cardinals. You know, when he took them to the playoffs and he was an MVP candidate for the first half of that season. They started the year, it was like 6-0 that one year, 7-0. And Kyler Murray looked like he was a top 5 quarterback. You know, the Cardinals put a clause in his contract. I've said it ad nauseum because I think people should never forget that. They put a clause in his contract, mandatory film study, because it was the worst kept secret. The guy couldn't stop playing Call of Duty. But he should be freaking watching film and going over the playbook and earning the $50 million a year that he ended up getting paid by the Arizona Cardinals. And again, NFL quarterback, franchise quarterback, it's one of the sexiest jobs you could have on this planet, and you get paid like you're with the top 1% of 1% of 1% on this planet. But yeah, it comes with some hard work, and Kyler Murray apparently, that wasn't one of his redeeming qualities. So the fact that the Vikings bring him in here, I just thought at bare minimum, have him compete. Make him compete with J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz. Make him earn the starting job. Make him play well in preseason. Develop that rapport and that chemistry with Justin Jefferson and the rest of the receivers, and they just give him the starting job on August 11th. So, look, regardless of the fact that they did that or not, I don't think he's going to have the best season of his career, and I don't think he's throwing for 4,000 yards. I mean, if I had to project what Kyler Murray would throw for this year, the last full season that he played with Arizona, he threw for 3,851. He's never thrown for 4,000 yards in his career. The best season that he had in his second year, he threw for 3,971. I know that the weapons, I know he's got Justin Jefferson, who I still think is the number one receiver in football. He's got the quarterback guru and the master play caller, Kevin O'Connell. And he's got Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkins and some pretty damn good weapons as well. I don't think 4,000 yards is in the cards for Kyler Murray. And the best year of his career? No. I think the best year of his career was 2020. But he also ran for over 800 yards and 11 touchdowns that year. I don't think he's ever going to replicate that season. And I don't think the Vikings are making the playoffs. So I'm going to go with cold.
Look, I think that I'm with you on Kyler Murray. Like Kyler Murray still has a lot to prove to me. And I think that with Kevin O'Connell, this quarterback whisperer that Kevin O'Connell is, and the things that he's been able to do. I mean, the guy found a way to win 9 games last year with J.J. McCarthy and Max Brosmer. So I have to tell you, I think that Kyler Murray is going to have the best season of his career, and I do think he's going to throw for over 4,000 yards. The defense that they play outside of the division, they play the Buccaneers, the Dolphins, the Saints, the Colts, the Bills, the Niners, the Falcons, Panthers, and the Jets outside of the division. Those are some pretty bad defenses. So if Kyler Murray doesn't have the best season of his career, Kyler Murray's probably done as a starting quarterback in the NFL. Kevin O'Connell's probably fired in Minnesota, and the Minnesota Vikings probably finish at the basement of this division. I don't see that happening. I think that the Minnesota Vikings are going to win probably 11 games, and that might be enough to win this division this year. I think that Kyler Murray is going to have the best season of his career, and it's going to be the first time that he's ever thrown for over 4,000 yards. With those defense that they're playing against, I think he's absolutely positively capable of having 400 and 500-yard games against every single one of those teams outside of the division, with the exception of maybe Buffalo and San Francisco and maybe New England, right? But the rest of those defenses that they're playing outside of the division, God, they're bad. And he's got a chance to do all sorts of things, and he's got the best wide receiver core that he's ever had in Minnesota. He's got the best offensive line that he's ever had in Minnesota, and he's got the best coach that he's ever had in Minnesota. So if this isn't when Kyler Murray has the best season of his career, then you are absolutely 110% correct on Kyler Murray, and Kyler Murray will never start another game in the NFL. I just happen to think that you're wrong, and I think that this year he's going to go out and he's going to ball out.
Okay. And you mentioned all those games outside of the division. I know you're a Bears fan that's very high on the Chicago Bears. I don't think they're better than the Bears. I don't think they're better than the Packers. I don't think they're better than the Lions. I know you probably disagree, but I think the Vikings are the worst team in that division. So what is their division record? At best, 2-4, in my opinion. So, I mean, they better win all the games they're supposed to win. And 400, 500-yard games, I think that's absolutely ridiculous. You wouldn't tell me he throws for 300 yards? Okay. But, I mean, Brandon, he is a small quarterback that is a couple years removed from a torn ACL, has trouble seeing over the line. And I'm not poking fun of. I would love to be an NFL quarterback at 6 feet tall. I'm 5'11". So Kyler Murray's what? He's the same height as me? What is he, 5'10", 5'11"? He's got trouble seeing over the line, and he doesn't have the speed that he used to. He doesn't. He used to make so many plays happen because of his ability to get outside the pocket and make things happen and scramble. He doesn't have that speed anymore. That was pretty evident even before he got hurt last year. So
yeah, I
just think I think so many people think that like 2021 Kyler Murray is still in there, that he's just waiting for somebody to bring him out. I think that guy's gone. That quarterback is gone.
I look at what Kevin O'Connell has been able to do with lesser talent. And to me, trust me, I hope you're right and I hope I'm wrong, because I don't want there to be any competition for the Bears in this division. I want the Bears to run away with it. I want the Bears to be the best team in the division. I just happen to think Minnesota is going to be trouble. And man, if Kyler's not that dude, this is his last chance to prove it. So we'll see. All right. I saw this today, and this kind of drove me nuts. And every time I hear it, it drives me nuts because it's not the only time I've heard it. But the block spot on Twitter says that, he puts out this tweet, and he's got, J.J. McCarthy bench, Justin Fields bench, Zach Wilson bench, Dylan Gabriel bench, Anthony Richardson bench, Kenny Pickett bench, Trey Lance bench, Mac Jones bench, Will Levis benched. The NFL has a quarterback problem. So hot or cold? The statement, the notion that the NFL has a quarterback developmental problem is absurd.
Yeah, it is absurd. So hot. I saw a couple of responses. I'm not going to take credit as if they're my own, but I saw somebody said, "How about it's a quarterback evaluation problem?" And this guy Sam Block responded and said, "No, not this. These guys can all play." I mean, come on, really? Will Levis?
Yeah.
I wanted to think that Will Levis could have been good. He stinks. Kenny Pickett stinks. Trey Lance stinks. Anthony Richardson is god awful, and so is JJ McCarthy. And I was one of the biggest proponents of Justin Fields and the Jets last year. I was dead. You and I were both dead right on the Panthers, Combs. We said they were going to win the division. But I also said that the Jets would be a surprise because Justin Fields would be. He's terrible. Terrible. How about it's an evaluation problem, if anything. Thinking that some of these guys that are buoyed at big, huge, successful colleges with NFL caliber talent around them, great offensive lines, great receivers, great running games, playing against inferior teams, and they look really good in college, and then it's a level playing field, or they're playing teams that are better than them with a not good offensive line and maybe not so great weapons around them, and then they struggle. Or even if it is a level playing field, like in Anthony Richardson's case, because freaking Joe Flacco had success with the Colts, and look at Daniel Jones last year. He had an incredible amount of success. Look at Cam Ward was better than Will Levis. Cam Ward didn't have a great rookie season, but he was better than Will Levis. There ain't no talent on that Titans team. And everywhere Kenny Pickett has gone, he's never made that much of an impact to the point where we're considering him being a starting quarterback. And Dylan Gabriel, he has him on this list. Dylan Gabriel's a third-round draft pick. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Throwing Dylan Gabriel into the conversation as if he was a first-round pick. So, no, yeah, the notion that the NFL has a quarterback development program, yes, it is absurd. You name me any league, it's 100% hit rate on every player that's drafted. The NFL wouldn't exist if every single player that got drafted in the first round was great. Or it would even have more parity than ever, because every player we would know, this guy's the first overall draft pick. He's going to be the best. And this team that's picking number one, they're going to be way better because they have this player. And same thing with this quarterback. No, it's not a development program. If anything, it's an evaluation problem. But I don't think it's either. I don't think it's a problem. It's the NFL. It's life. It's professional sports. Not every guy that's going to be successful in college is going to be great in the pros. That's how life works. So I think I think it's absurd. I think it was a stupid take.
I think it's an evaluation problem. I also think that it's an expectation problem. Like us as fans, we watch these guys in college and we watch them be wildly successful in college, and we think that that's always going to translate to the NFL, which is why, I don't know why certain quarterbacks ever, are expected to be good in the NFL. I don't know why anybody ever expected Will Levis to be good in the NFL. I don't know why anybody expected Kenny Pickett to be good in the NFL. You watch these guys play in college, and sure, they're good college quarterbacks because it's a completely different game at the college level. You've got to watch certain aspects of a quarterback at the college level. You got to watch how they perform, against NFL caliber type defenses. You got to watch how they play. It doesn't matter if you're tearing up, the MAC. It doesn't matter if you're tearing up the Mountain West Conference. Like, those are the things where you look at. What matters is whether or not you have the makeup to be an NFL quarterback, whether or not you have the strength, whether or not you have the mental fortitude to be able to make it as an NFL quarterback. How do you bounce back after a loss? How do you bounce back after you throw an interception? Those are the types of things that have great makeup for NFL quarterbacks. And it's not just about win-loss record. We look at Justin Fields, and I'm a big, big believer that the Bears screwed up Justin Fields. But it wasn't a NFL-wide quarterback developmental problem. That was a Bears can't hire a head coach problem. That was a Bears can't hire an offensive coordinator problem at the time. Like, those were the things that you were having the problem with, and it was just a bad fit. Justin Fields at Ohio State had all sorts of other issues with it. You're talking about Justin Fields and everything that he had. He was playing at Ohio State, which had the talent level that was just so much higher than everybody else's, with the exception of maybe Alabama and maybe LSU and Georgia, right? Like the talent level at that time was a lot different than what it is now because that was pre-NIL. So there was a lot of things that were different there. And when you look at guys like this and you look at them coming into the NFL, that's when you start evaluating. That's where the evaluation process starts. And some of these quarterbacks that get picked high, they get picked high because you got to take a chance on somebody if you need a quarterback. If you have a quarterback, if you have a need for a quarterback in the NFL draft, you're going to take a chance on somebody, even if it's the number 1 pick. You don't think the Bears took a chance on Caleb Williams? All of the things that people were talking negatively about him coming out of college. Hell, I was one of them. I wanted to build around Justin Fields. I thought my biggest concern about Caleb Williams was whether or not he was going to mentally be able to handle the press in Chicago and the pressure and the daily stuff. But he has proved me wrong since day one. The kid is just built to be an NFL quarterback, and he's proven me wrong about it. So it's not about how good they are in college, because that's a completely, vastly different game. It's a different ball game. When they come to the NFL, you got to have a different makeup. Nobody thought Patrick Mahomes was going to be Patrick Mahomes. He was a losing quarterback at Texas Tech. Yeah. Nobody thought Patrick Mahomes was going to be the second greatest quarterback to ever walk the earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to the Kansas City Chiefs. So they don't have NFL does not have a quarterback developmental problem. It's just an expectation problem. And yeah, to a certain extent, probably an evaluation problem as well.
It's a good take. I like it.
All right. Of course it's a good take. It's my take. All right. One more before we go to break. Carson Beck will be the Cardinals starter by week 6. Hot or cold?
Yeah, hot. This is something Brad and I were debating before. Brad was thinking, I don't know, week 12, I think? I think that's absolutely absurd. Now, again, is this sped up a little bit maybe by how he played in the Hall of Fame game? In my opinion, yeah. I mean, I think it has to be. And I understand he's playing against third stringers. He's thrown to third stringers. Let's not forget about that. I love when people say, oh, come on, we're overreacting. Carson Beck, he's playing against backups and guys that won't even be on the team. Hey, he's throwing to guys that won't even be on the team. So let's remember that. He played his ass off, 15 of 18 for 189 yards and a touchdown, and he looked awesome. Then there's the fact that the Cardinals' defense is so damn bad, and they're in the best division in football, that at best, what do you give the Cardinals? What do you give them? 5 wins? 4? Like I already told you, I'm picking the under 3.5 wins. I think they could be 2-15 or even worse than that this year, because their defense is so bad, despite the fact that I like the weapons they have. Trey McBride's the best tight end in football. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. made a lot of big strides at the end of last year. Michael Wilson looked like a star in that offense with Jacoby Brissett throwing him the football. But Jacoby Brissett's the starter for now. Their offensive line still isn't that great. They had no run game, and all their running backs were banged up last year. And now they bring in Jeremiah Love, who you know I love, Notre Dame guy, is a big Irish fan. But the defense is still, they made 0 improvements to the defense. It's the best division in football. They've got a tough schedule. They're going to probably be, I mean, look, tell me their first win. They play the Chargers, Seahawks, Niners, Giants. And I'm a Giants fan, and if the Giants lose to the Arizona Cardinals at home, my God. So I don't think that win's coming there. Lions, at the Rams, Broncos, at the Cowboys, at the Seahawks, Rams, at the Chiefs, home against the Commanders, home against the Eagles. Tell me when that first win is coming. If they're 0-4, and you're basically staring down the barrel of another lost season before you even get to October, how do you not make a change? How do you not make a change? I mean, I know you just paid Jacoby Brissett. You tacked on another year. Not even. Excuse me, you didn't tack on another year. You gave him a raise. Jacoby Brissett's a free agent after this season. He earned himself an extra $10, $11 million. You got to give it to him. But you're going to go to Gardner Minshew after that? No. You're going to go to Carson Beck, because you're going to be one of the worst teams in football. You're going to be picking in the top 5, if not the number 1 overall pick, and you're going to be looking at a loaded class of quarterbacks coming out of college next year, and you're going to have to make a decision. Monty Ossenfort is going to have to make a decision as the GM. Do we like Carson Beck? We took him in the first pick of the 3rd round, or are we going to take another quarterback next year? And that is arguably, I think that's obvious that's what's going to happen. And unless Carson Beck plays and he plays his ass off and the Cardinals actually win some games because this kid's like your franchise quarterback, and then you've got a really good problem on your hands. But in all likelihood, he's going to be okay. And you're probably going to win 2 or 3 games. And then you're going to draft a quarterback next year. And you're going to have Carson Beck and whoever that quarterback is compete for the starting job next season. So the more time you get to look at Carson Beck, the better. The easier you're making your decision come draft night next April. So yeah, I think as early as week 6, I could see it happening week 5. You want to give him a home game against the Lions, a defense that has been banged up, that hasn't been that great. That's as soft of a spot as you're going to get. Maybe on the road against the Giants in week 4, even that's a little bit too early. Week 6 at the Rams, like there's no really good soft spot to put him in because the Cardinals are the soft spot. But I think they're probably going to lose. I mean, again, I don't know when their first win is coming. So if they're 0-4, 0-5, 0-6, you got to make a change. You got to give Carson Beck a shot and see what he can do because you're going to be drafting another quarterback next year. So as early as week 6, yeah, I'm buying that. That's hot.
I'll do you one better here, Pat, because if Carson Beck plays like he played in the Hall of Fame game, if he plays like that for 3 more preseason games, I think you could have a Matt Flynn, Russell Wilson type thing happening here because the Cardinals have already told you they're not married to the idea of Jacoby Brissett. That's why it took them so long to even give him a raise just for 1 year because they're not married to that idea. So if Carson Beck continues to ball out, if Carson Beck continues to look like he could be a QB1, then why not throw him in week 1? Why not just throw him into the fire week 1? If we know we're going to be terrible. We know this is going to be a lost season. We know there's no good spot to put him in later on in the season. Let's just roll him out there week 1 because if he can do this with third stringers, let's see what he could do with first stringers. Not to mention, you said who he's throwing to is also, guys who won't be on the team in 3 weeks. He has guys in front of him blocking for him that won't be on the team in 3 weeks. But he still is poised in the pocket, still was making throws. If he looks like that for another 3 games, I don't see there's any reason why he doesn't get the nod week 1 over Jacoby Brissett because I don't think that the $21 million, I think 15 of it's guaranteed, is anything that the Arizona Cardinals would be like, hey, we can't mortgage our future because of this $15 million. If Carson Beck gives us a chance to win, if Carson Beck is the reason, if Carson Beck we need to know whether or not he's the guy that can carry us into the future, let's start him week 1 and let's find out.
Ooh, that's spicy, Combs. That is spicy. I thought me saying week 5, week 6 was a little early. You're thinking he might end up being the starter week 1 to start the season. That would be, oh, baby, that would be juicy. At least make the Cardinals exciting. That's for damn sure. I like that. That's a good take. 310-840-4910. You got some good takes tonight, Combs. Usually they're terrible, and they're all Homer, basically Homer-based. But I like the takes tonight. 310-840-4910. When we come back, Combs and I will riff. We'll do a new segment. Who knows? Maybe this segment will stick around and become a weekly part of the show. We'll call it 3 Bad Headlines. All real stuff, all crazy stuff. And we'll pick which one's the craziest of them all when we return. All real sports headlines we're going to give you when we come back. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And I will say this off the bat. If I'm wrong here and the Jets stink again and they're going to bottom out, which, by the way, you can make a case that's not the worst thing for the team, given they have 3 first-round picks and would get their quarterback of the future, like you would think so, next year in the 2027 NFL draft. The way it goes wrong is if Aaron Glenn's as bad as he was last year, and Frank Reich, who's calling the offense, who, to be fair, was brutal in his last couple stops as an NFL play caller. Remember what happened in Carolina? Didn't even make it 1 season in Bryce Young's rookie year. If Aaron Glenn stinks and Frank Reich stinks, that's how this is going to go poorly. My thing with the Jets, though, and I would encourage you to do this, look at the players on their roster. Like, they have a lot of good players. The offensive line is going to be, at worst, above average. Maybe it's just slightly above average, but it's not going to be bad, barring injury. Fashanu, I like it, tackle, and the other Armand Membu might be the best player on offense per reports at training camp. They have two solid young bookend tackles, and I like the interior of the line. Garrett Wilson's a stud. Breece Hall's a stud. You know I like the upside of A.D. Mitchell. Omar Cooper in the first round from Indiana catching the football. Mason Taylor, last year's second-round pick at tight end. Kenyon Sadiq, this year's first-round pick at tight end, battling an injury right now. Maybe he doesn't make an impact early in the season, but I think he should make an impact as the season goes along. David Bailey, the second overall pick in the draft, has looked amazing per all the reports at Jets camp. Imagine if he can get after the quarterback, and he has a good year rushing the passer. To go along with Joseph Asai and David Onyemata and the trade for Devondre Sweat, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Nashawn Wright coming over at cornerback. D'Angelo Pons looks like an Aaron Glenn clone potentially, undersized cornerback who wants to get up in your face. They have good players. Like, the Jets are not the Miami Dolphins. And you can make the case that the Dolphins organizationally are on a better arc than the Jets. And that we don't know if Jeff Hafley's good or bad, and maybe you're convinced that Aaron Glenn is bad. But I'll tell you what, the Jets are not like the Dolphins. They are not, talent-wise, one of the worst teams in the league. And if Geno Smith can rediscover some of his Seattle form at quarterback, the Jets could win 8 games this year. They could win 9 games this year. Think about it. If Glenn and Reich are not disasters, this should be a team that come November is still in the playoff mix in the AFC. I am not suggesting that it's going to manifest this year in terms of wins and losses. The Raiders are in a tough spot. The division they play in is ridiculous. Like, it's really, really good. And while there is legitimate cause for excitement with Mendoza, Genti, Bowers, Tyler Linderbaum comes over to play center. We'll see if any of these wide receivers can step up. Malik Benson, like a late round rookie, is getting a lot of hype. There is reason for optimism. It's not going to happen this year in terms of wins and losses. It's just not. Like, they don't have enough talent on the roster. It's going to be all about if Fernando Mendoza, when he gets into the lineup, not if, but when Mendoza plays. If Mendoza shows that he can be #the guy, season's a success. And the other benchmark that I think we can look at for the Raiders in terms of success will be, is this a professional team? In the way they conduct themselves, in the way they handle their business. It's early. It's August 11th. A lot of time for this to go haywire, like it has, unfortunately, because I, as a football fan, and as someone that talks about sports for a living, I want the Raiders to be good. The NFL is more fun when the Raiders are good. Are they going to be professional? Are they going to prevent the drama from happening? Not let things go haywire. Thus far in the process, I think we can all say it, off to a pretty good start under the leadership of Clint Kubiak.
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
All right, we'll get to a little 3 bad headlines in just a bit, but I want to get to your phone calls here. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Just before we do that, a little scoreboard update Producer Brandon Combs was telling me in the break the Chicago White Sox had a 4-0 lead. They blew it, lost in 10 innings to the Cincinnati Reds. They're now 61-57. And the Detroit Tigers, after trading away Tarek Skubal, they've gotten themselves on a little bit of a heater. They beat the Guardians tonight to open up a 3-game set. They've won 3 in a row. They've won 4 out of their last 5. And they've won 8 out of their last 10. And just like that, the Tigers are 59-60. Don't look now, but a year after collapsing that monstrous division lead, how fitting would it be if they're able to chase down the White Sox? They're 3 games back right now of the White Sox and still over 40 games left to play. So there you go in the night of baseball. A couple other scores that we'll get to you if we get a chance, but I want to get to your guys' phone calls here, especially those of you that have been waiting patiently. 310-840-4910. Johnny is next up in Atlanta on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Johnny?
What's going on, Pat, man? Good episode, good segment. I'm gonna run out everything real quick. My thing about the quarterback evaluation, I think it's expectation, because guess what? Last year they said Arch Manning was the number 1 pick, and he came out looking like trash. They saying it again. He has not been proven in everything else. And another thing is, I don't think it's the McConnell who's teach these people how to play quarterback. Because don't forget, Sam Darnold learned up under Kyle Shanahan. That's the guru right there. And the last thing, hey, man, I'm liking the NBA playing at 3 p.m. because I work overnights. I get to see an NBA game instead of listening to it on radio, and I'm okay with it. I'm just mad as the broke knees Celtics versus the Pistons. That's what the Celtics are. All right. But good segment, and I really think it's an evaluation. And high school, they were going off their high school rankings because that's how they rank Justin Fields, because of his high school highlights, and Arch Manning too. That's my take on it.
Yeah, Johnny, good stuff, man. And yeah, like I said, there's the majority of people in the U.S. and in North America work 9 to 5 hours, and yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are pissed, that are frustrated, that are infuriated, especially Pistons and Celtics fans. First game of the season, and it's at 3:00 in the afternoon, and they're at work. They're going to miss it, or you got to take off work, which I'm sure the diehard fans will do. But it's not what you want. So yeah, folks like me that work, I'm doing this show 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Folks like Johnny that work overnight, yeah, honestly, give us more afternoon games. And yeah, it's funny. And let's be real. Arch Manning was supposed to be the number 1 draft pick going into last season because he was playing for Texas, which was a top 5 team, but also because of the name because of his last name, because he's Peyton and Eli's nephew, right? But yeah, he was a phenomenal quarterback in high school. Now, how could he not be great? He's playing under Sark. He's playing for Texas. He's Eli and Peyton's nephew. Who better to learn from growing up? And yeah, it was a pretty brutal first 6-7 weeks of the season for him. Got better as the year went on. Still has a lot to prove. Dante Moore is probably the number 1 pick in the draft next year as it stands, but we all saw how he played against Indiana. That's why he went back to Oregon. 310-840-4910. Let's go to Russ. Is this Russ or is this Ross? This might be our guy Ross in Bergen County, and Ross in New Jersey next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, dude?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, brother? Yeah, so I guess our guy in our Westwood One studios thought you said Russ, because I was like, this has got to be Ross, because he's a Viking. I know Ross in New Jersey, who's one of the only Vikings fan that lives in New Jersey. This has got to be him. So what's up, dude?
What's going on, man? I thought I heard him say Russ, but it's all good, man. I get it all the time. Really quick, I wanted to reach you when you had Brad, because listen, man, and this is with the utmost respect to PJ and Lionel and Kate and everybody that's been filling in, did a great job too. But this show, it ain't the same when it ain't you and Brad and Combs and Monty behind the scenes. And I'm so pumped for what you guys are going to do for the next couple months. You guys have been appointment television pretty much for me and my dad for the past couple months, leading up kind of the quote-unquote dry period of the sports world when we even have baseball every night. So what you guys are going to do with football coming up, basketball and hockey following, I can't wait to see what you guys do, man. I'm really pumped for you guys. And so listen, on the Kyler topic, I'll draw it up like this. I think a lot of people play the revisionist history card with Sam Darnold, and a lot of people like to play the what if, or like kind of like the what ifs around his previous stops with the Jets and Panthers, and people talk about how he was set up to fail pretty much. And there's obviously a lot of truth to that, and there's even more truth to it now in hindsight, seeing him in premier situations. But I think you could use that same argument for Kyler Murray a lot. I look, Cliff Kingsbury, the book was kind of out on him as a head coach. I think a lot of people respect him as an offensive mind, but you look back at his head coaching tenure, it's not like they ever had a dynamic offensive line or dynamic weapons around him in Arizona. And if you look back at the numbers, I did a little football reference side by side. Now, granted, Sam Darnold did miss time here and there, and that could be part of it. Availability is the best ability, even considering he's the pocket passer of the two, where Kyler's always on his feet. And the first year that Kyler really missed significant time was this past year. If you do Sam Darnold's first 5 years or versus Kyler Murray's first 4, it is still a landslide with Kyler Murray sweeping pretty much every stat. And if you're comparing a former 3rd overall pick in Darnold versus a former 1st overall pick in Kyler Murray, I mean, logic would only tell you if KLC worked his magic with the 3rd overall pick, what's he going to do with the 1st overall pick that's actually had success on paper?
Okay, that's a fair take, Ross. But and again, for anybody logically 2 years ago that would have said, look, Sam Darnold is about to become one of the best quarterbacks in football, or not even that, but Sam Darnold's about to go for 4,000 yards and win 14 or 15 games, and then the year after that, he's going to win a Super Bowl with a different team. Yeah, it would have slapped you silly. It would have slapped the taste out of your mouth. So, like you said, this is a quarterback that has already had success. I get it. And there was a former number 1 overall draft pick in Kyler, but man, I just, if nothing else other than my gut, nothing else other than just my gut, and what I feel like has been a steady downhill trajectory in terms of the play and the performance and the durability for Kyler Murray over the last couple of years, I just don't think he's got it anymore. And I don't think even Kevin O'Connell could save him.
And as far as the height argument, I got 2 words for you. Becky Hammond.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a little bit different when the shoe's on the other foot. I get it. Jalen Brunson, my guy, New York Knicks NBA champion. But, I thought you were going to say Drew Brees, honestly. But, okay.
That's the one I look at. Like when Hammond brought up Brunson and Curry, I guess Brees and a Russ could be the Curry and the Isaiah Thomas of this situation, you know? Like, it's been done before. Why not us? Why not us up in many?
Look, Ross, I know you're looking for anything to hold on to hope here, brother. I appreciate the call. Thank you for the very kind words. That was awesome, man. We love having you and your dad and everybody else be a part of the show every single night, whether you're watching us or listening to us. But, yeah, look, I mean, why not you guys? You know, first time in the last, couple of years that the Vikings are expected on paper to be the worst team in the division, that the expectations are not that they're low, but they're not to be a definitive playoff team. Like, I mean, if they went 7-10 this year, would you be surprised? I'm not saying Kyler Murray is going to look like JJ McCarthy and that they're going to go, well, even then they won 8 games or 9 games with JJ McCarthy playing for the last couple of weeks. I'm not saying that they're going to be 3-14 and Kyler Murray is going to be so bad that they bench him. But, like, I just don't think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be mid. I think he's going to be average. He's going to be very average, which is what he's been for the last couple of years. And no amount of great talent that he's got. Let's not act like he didn't have good talent around him last year in Arizona the last couple of years. Trey McBride. Michael Wilson was at his best when Jacoby Brissett was the quarterback. You know, if anything, I can't think of the freaking word. That is on Kyler Murray, if anything. I know Justin Jefferson's the number 1 receiver in football. Trey McBride, better tight end than TJ Hawkinson. It's not like he was thrown to a bunch of stiffs. He had talent around him. And he had his running backs, too, which got hurt. James Conner and Trey Benson. You know, both of them went on the shelf right around the same time that Kyler Murray got hurt. So it's not like he had no run game. He had his running backs in the beginning of the season. I just think he's average. And I think the Vikings will be average. 7-10, 8-9. That's probably what I think is going to happen. 310-840-4910. All right, we got to take a short break. We'll come back. We'll finish up with 3 bad headlines when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Is Dallas going to be able to give George Pickens this huge extension that he will? Because again, if we're going to play this out and things are going to go great for George Pickens, he's going to be amazing this year. Can they even pay him? So you already have CeeDee Lamb saying it out loud. You need to pay this guy. To this point in the and this I think surprises people. It surprises me. It should surprise you if you're paying attention. The fact that George Pickens has not made any waves yet, I think, is one of the upsets of this century. Like, that would have been a massive underdog if BetMGM were to set that in a market, right? Will George Pickens publicly complain and be angry about the fact that he's playing this year under a 1-year deal, right? Under the franchise, even if he's making a ton of money. He wants a long-term deal. We would all want the long-term deal if we were George Pickens. We can understand where he's coming from. And this was a guy that, despite his unbelievable talent and raw ability, the Pittsburgh Steelers said, you know what? We can't deal with this anymore. We'll take a 3rd-round pick. You take him off our hands. A powder keg, potentially. I'm being serious. And I love the Cowboys heading into this year. Would anyone really be shocked if this turned into an issue? Either today or by October, by Halloween, trade deadline. I'm not insinuating the Cowboys will trade him. Just that, as the season goes along, if Pickens is playing great, you don't think there might be some acrimony here? Especially as he watches other players get, whether it's deserved or not, and it is, in the case of Quinnen Williams. Williams deserves that money. He's been great. Dallas made the investment in him. Good piece of business by Dallas and a good piece of business by the Jets in that trade. He deserves the money. Think George Pickens cares? Here's a better question. Would you care if it were you? Miami's upside is not to win the Eastern Conference. They don't have enough to do that. Now, they can be a playoff team. They could win a series. That maybe they could even get to the Eastern Conference final. Like, they're not beating the Sixers. They're not beating the Knicks. I wouldn't take them to beat the Pacers with a healthy Tyrese Halliburton. I think I would take the Celtics over them in a playoff series. So, yeah, like Miami, if you're a Heat fan, you should be excited. You have Giannis. Giannis is still awesome. He's still one of the best players in the league. But basketball's a team sport. The Knicks just proved that. And I don't think Miami has the horses to potentially win a championship this season or really even come close.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood Sports. Last couple of minutes. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Turn it over to Linnell Willingham for Westwood One Sports Night coming up at the top of the hour. But let's finish with some fun here. A new segment called Three Bad Headlines. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Combs, we're going to basically just read out three very real sports headlines, and we'll riff on each one for about a minute and a half or so because some of these are just absolutely ridiculous. Let's start with this one. High school football player in Arkansas finds a 2-foot cottonmouth snake in his helmet. Reportedly, he felt unusual movement inside his headgear following warm-ups last week, brought his helmet to an assistant coach for an inspection, and a 2-foot snake was discovered behind some padding. They couldn't get the snake out. The snake didn't want to get out of the helmet. They had to pour water all over it before it finally got out of the helmet, and they had a bag that they wrapped it up in and then gave it to Animal Services. I mean, I don't care how tricky this thing is and how well it was hiding behind. It's a 2-foot snake. How do you not realize this? This kid is lucky he's not dead. He didn't get bit right in the skull by a snake. How do you not realize a 2-foot snake is in your helmet?
Look, I don't have very many fears in life. Snakes are my biggest. I saw this headline, I saw this story, and I was like, there's no way. First of all, you poured water on it to get the snake. No, I would have lit the damn thing on fire in the middle of the field. Like, the entire school would have been set on fire because there's no damn way. There's no way. If I find a 2-foot cottonmouth in my house, I'm moving out of state, period. End of story.
Yeah. Well, luckily, nothing happened. But, I mean, dude, like, how do you not? And I played football up until high school. I played football in middle school. Helmets are annoying. They're annoying to wear, but, like, do you not, like, I wasn't inspecting the helmet every time I put it on, but, like, you have to, like, put it over your head to put it on. Wouldn't you notice how well could it have been hiding behind this padding? There isn't much space in there. So miraculous that happened and nobody got hurt. All right, let's move on to another one. Even dumber. You have an amateur golfer resign from his membership at a St. Louis area country club after he faked a hole-in-one at a membership event. Zach Holland, former college golfer who is reportedly a two handicap, they had a membership event. He basically skipped ahead a hole of his group. He said he had a phone call, put his ball in the cup before the tournament even started. So I guess it was just like a shotgun start, and you started on one hole and he jumped ahead to the next. I don't understand how you did this, or do they just do it like normal? And so they were the first group, and he knew he was going to be the first one onto the hole that he put the ball in, fakes a hole-in-one, gets caught because of security camera footage, and then resigns from this country club. I mean, talk about blowing things out of proportion. This is why some people with golf, I mean, they act like it is life or death, and the whole sanctity of golf and how uptight it is at times and hoity-toity. Like, give me a break. Who cares? He faked it. He got caught. So what? You tell me he's got to leave the country club because of this? What an overreaction.
Yeah, look, I give the guy props. I mean, it was a good attempt. It was a good attempt. You're talking to a guy like, I love golf and I like to go golfing. It's a lot of fun, but I'm not very good, right? Like I tell everybody all the time, my biggest joke is that I shot a 72 one time. It just happened to be on a 9-hole par 3 course. So there is no, like, I don't understand why you get so much flack for faking the hole-in-one. I understand, blah, blah, blah. You did a scorecard. This isn't a PGA event. This is at the country club amongst friends. One, you're an idiot for having to fake it. But, I mean, to have to leave the country club, just dumb.
Yeah. All right, we will not have time to finish. Well, this will be 2 bad headlines, but the Little League World Series team that had to forfeit because of an ineligible player, then got a restraining order, then had to forfeit anyway. We'll touch on it tomorrow, but that was the 3rd bad headline, and we can get into the details of it tomorrow. But, snakes and helmets, guys faking hole-in-ones and having to quit their country club, and Little League World Series. controversy and chaos, restraining orders because of a judge. I mean, what are we talking about? Anyway, fun show. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Monty, a.k.a. Michael Montgomery. Thanks to my co-host Brad Evans. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, our guy Mike in our Westwood One studios, and you, all the callers, texters, and listeners. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. BetMGM tonight.
You know, I thought the Phillies, and the more and more I think about it, I have problems with that. You want to know why I have problems with that, Nick? They can't hit. I don't trust their lineup. And they don't hit Dodger pitching. The team that I'm actually circling, Atlanta.
Okay.
And Milwaukee would be the team. Milwaukee's the team, the profile. The odds would say they're the team with Mizorowski. I think as far as like beating the Dodgers, we've seen the Braves do it. I know 2021 is a long, long time ago. They accomplished the goal, and they hit velocity. That to me is kind of the pathway the more and more I think about it, where it's like, hey, you're going to have to be able to score runs against the Dodgers. I don't trust Philly to do it. I know Milwaukee's in the neck. They put the ball in play. Too much PTSD from last year. Maybe it's the Braves as the team that's going to knock off LA. And here's my take on the Dodgers, too. If they're going to get knocked off, it will be in the National League. Because if they find their way to a World Series and they could sniff it, they could taste it, they're 4 wins away from a three-peat, they are not going to be denied. If you're going to get them, you're going to get them early, period.
If Embiid and LeBron, if they're healthy come playoff time, the Sixers are a big problem. And a potential big problem for my Knicks. Because the upside of that team is to win a championship in year one. I'm not saying they're going to. I'm not going to pick them or bet them to win the championship. But I think you're nuts if you don't think that's in the range of outcomes. And I guarantee, The Rock guarantees that you are going to hear and you are going to read and you are going to see a lot of people say, well, they can't win in year one. Look what happened in Miami year one. Made the finals and got blistered by the Mavericks in the finals. It's going to take time for all of it to come together. And next year, maybe, the Sixers can win a championship. To which I say, poppycock. They can win it this year. Now, you need Embiid to be healthy and you need LeBron to be healthy. It's not impossible that happens, even if it's unlikely. And if that happens, they can win the championship.